Hey, hello. Hey. Hi everyone, welcome back to the Fourth Culture. My name is Ramji. I'm your Dungeon Master and Story Guide for today. And with me are our fabulous group of the Gang of Four, as we're getting to know. Jotan.
Oh wow.
Hey!
Ramji, you're blending.
You're
blending.
like a vampire, right? Is Lisa.
Yay!
And Sheena Chan.
Mouse like a dog. Yay, Sheena!
And Choy. Okay.
Now you disappeared, right?
No, you're gone entirely. Oh no, that was just lag.
You've returned
Magic's
to us.
lighting. Well, while we're doing that,
Forgot
thank you very
Sharon.
much, as always, to Game of Thrones Rex for helping us all get together. And yeah, up in Thompson Road, everyone head down there, say hi to Nick. And I'm going to hand you over to Ed, who'll talk to us about a bit of consultancy while I fix my light.
So, a word from our sponsors. You need simple, honest, and straightforward technology advice to help you scale and grow your business. If you're based in Asia or looking to expand your business here, then get hold of A Better Consultancy at www.abetterconsultancy.co. The strange squeaking sounds.
I think he's a voice, right? Need to clear all the cobwebs out there. Thank you. I think that's a little better. People can now see me. At least I have a disembodied head, more fancy than the opera, but it'll work. As you can see, everybody, this is definitely a work in progress, but we're making our way there. The set's coming together, and hopefully you'll enjoy yourselves. So with us, we have Sheena, who's going to give us a little recap as to where we got to before we kick off.
We forgot to introduce one last member of our team.
Oh, God!
Yeah.
How can I forget Katsu? Our behind-the-scenes wizard, our technological, architect. 3, 2, 1. Cheryl!
He counts us down like we needed it. Please, we're professionals.
Darling. Perfect. Thank you very much for the reminder. I think my light threw me. Sheena.
Okay, so where we left off last session, we were in this strange cavern with a bunch of statues that looked really guardy, but a khaki at the same time. And between our very wise members of the party, they figured out that it probably belonged to some long lost religion from eons ago. There was a temple in there, and we were, suitably curious, except we got attacked by ghouls. Yes, they came out of the darkness stinking of, stinky stuff. Quite bad at this description. Anyway,
Accurate.
this is why I play, I don't
Totally
be
accurate.
And so we got attacked by the ghouls, and we found a trail of blood. We managed to beat them all down, thankfully.
Yes.
We found a trail of blood, we followed it, and unfortunately, we found the body of Makra, who is one of our new orc companion Akras's teammates.
Yes.
And not just that, he was his brother, so...
Was he like his literal brother?
I don't know, DM hasn't decided yet,
right,
but
right.
They
called
were
him
close.
brother.
They were close and
They were close. Brother in arms, blood brother.
brother in
Doesn't-
arms. I see what you did there because the bulldog is
That was
brother
dumb.
out of an arm.
Too soon, man, too soon.
Oh
Anyway, so yeah, then while Akras was trying to mourn him and bury him, the rest of us decided, okay, we'll give you some privacy and let's go check out this temple. Ha! Anyway, so we go into this building of creepiness and found that there was a magical blue globe in which 5 people were seated around a table. And there were 2 other globes, I think, that were
Yeah.
somehow streaming energy into this.
Yes.
Our party cleric / warlock figured out that there was some kind of necromantic energy behind this, and there were also a bunch of 3 sarcophagi in the room and 3 big chests in the room, and there were magic emanating from the chests as well. So, being adventurous, we can't possibly leave magical items alone, right? So we had to investigate. We found a bookcase, and then we found a dictionary that allowed us to translate our language to whatever language they probably spoke.
Daranese?
Dharanese.
Yeah.
And we decided, okay, yeah, let's give it a go. So with some excellent translation from, again, our warlock cleric over there, we managed to communicate with them, or so we thought. They told us to wear the mirror. And what do? We find the mirror and we attempt to wear it, which unfortunately results in the 3 of us getting sucked into the globe with those people who are like, oh hey, You got it too.
It's a trap!
They say, beware the mirror.
We were fools. Anyway, the one party member left outside of the globe was Barra! And not very strong, despite all the flexing. So, the muscles are for sure. He tried his best to break the mirror. It was, a lot longer than expected, but eventually he did it. And that allowed us to communicate in real time because the mirror was actually screwing up the perception. So even though we were yelling at him like, do this, do that, and all he could see was us standing like. So, anyway, after that was done, Kie managed to misty step outside of the globe because, the spell caused by the mirror was gone. And then between the two of them, they broke the two globes that was functioning, that was fueling the globe. And that broke us out, thankfully. Unfortunately, the new people we met inside the globe all turned really old really fast. So, kind of awkward. Anyway, one of them helped us to open two of the chests. Unfortunately, he also got splattered by acid from one of them. And then another one of them said, hey, here's my locket. We owe you one for getting us out of there, but, when we're more settled, we'll come back and help you with that. We got a whole bunch of magical stuff from the chest, which was awesome.
Athletes.
Everyone's happily kitted up. We took a nice rest. We helped Akra bury his brother, and then we moved on to try to get out of the mines and the tunnels and to back up to the surface. We managed to find this little tunnel above, thanks to our very dexterous halfling friend over here, who crawled through it, got us all to crawl through it, and there was a bit of an awkward moment with a pickaxe in which that got stuck in the wall.
Yeah.
Don't ask me who did that. Nobody knows who did that at all. Yes, you must find out yourself, yes. Anyway, we managed to get to the mines where the tunnels are, the railway is. We managed to capture one of the carts without much incident at all, yes. Mm-hmm. And then we got to the surface. Yes.
There was some cross-dressing along the way.
There was
Oh, yeah.
along the way.
Gender
Akra.
Yeah.
And an emergency brake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shall
Yes.
again remain unsaid. Go watch it for yourself. It's okay. Anyway, we made it to the surface. Yeah. Then we found a village and then decided, okay, we are going to go up to the village and pretend to be miners. It worked well, we think. We got to the village, no one attacked us, and then suddenly a knife to my throat. It turns out that Akras's teammates were already there. Yay! We made the rendezvous. Yay! So that's where we left off.
Thank you, Sheena. Yay, indeed. So indeed, where we left you was with Akras talking down one of his fellow soldiers who had a knife to your throat. And you see from where you are now, this is a reasonably large village. Now, do you recall what time of day or night it was?
It was night.
It was night.
It was dark.
Yeah, indeed, because you were prancing your way through the trees, and it was quite difficult to see from one to the next, if I recall correctly.
And
So,
doing it so well.
indeed, and yet unreasonable roles. However, it is still a pretty dark evening, so you can't see a great deal beyond your sort of immediate vicinity. However, you're in a sort of wooden palisade with stone reinforcements, sort of a larger sort of area, and that area then has probably that you can see, especially ones with dark vision, but even ones without, there are small fires that have been lit to allow you to be able to see from one place to another. Relatively nearby you is a large tree which you can't see, the ones who don't have dark vision. You can sort of hear it sort of creaking a little bit, but in the breeze. But what you can see right next to it is a small lantern that hangs over the village well. And around it are probably 5 or 6 surprisingly well-built structures, sort of like small houses, wooden roofs, but some kind of stone grounding, which is a bit more than you'd expect in a backwards village in some ways, right? A bit further off to the right, you can see a few more lights, and then kind of ahead of you, you see a few more lights. This appears to be a village that's of reasonable size, but in the dark, immediately in front of you, you can see another sort of large walk in dark leather armor, this time with a sort of blackened breastplate, kind of soot blackened breastplate. As he sort of looks and sort of relaxes, and then just says, "Well, I'm glad you made it back, Agras. It's we were really worried about you for a bit." And Agras sort of like says, "Alright, report." And then says, stops and looks over to you and says, I'm going to figure out what the fuck's been going on for a bit. I imagine there is probably somewhere you guys could take a half a moment rest. You'll be safer, I think. And he looks over just to sort of get an acknowledgement back from his squad mate, who goes, "Yeah, I mean, in a kind of sort of safe from us, but I can't guarantee anything else sort of way." But he goes, "Right. I'll come find you shortly. Let me just go find what the hell's going on." Of course.
I may ask,
Yeah.
Kaman pipes up, where are the villagers who occupy this?
Amongst the questions I'm going to find out. Like, I mean, I imagine this. I imagine they're probably fine. As in, they weren't here when we came here.
Oh, that's good to know.
Yeah. Sorry to give you a good. This is obviously our rendezvous spot. We've got a couple of ships moored up in the down on the big dock over there, and then hopefully relatively soon we'll be able to how do you say, get the fuck out.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, absolutely. You've heard that a few times, have you?
Yeah,
Right. I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. No, I mean, but yeah. So I mean, in theory, this is the point here. When we showed up, there was no one here.
Right. We'll leave you to it then.
But amongst the things we asked our scouts to do was to go figure out, well, why there was no one here. Because it's kind of suspicious, right? I mean, everything was here.
Yeah.
So, ghostly village, all that kind of stuff's a bit spooky, yeah? So anyway, let me go find out what's going on. But in the meanwhile, and he looks over and sort of, there's a bit of, like, weird sign language stuff that he sort of, like, wiggles his fingers a couple of times and, a few other things. And you recognize this is just sort of within a unit's kind of, like, sort of speech. And then the guy looks at him and says, "Oh yeah, I'm Lieutenant Urak. Over there, that hut." And he points over to one that's maybe 20 feet away or so, straight ahead of you. It's got a little bit of light coming out of it, and says, "No one's using that, so you should feel free. I lit the fire in there earlier, so it'll be warm. Not that it's particularly cold." And he slaps a little sort of mosquito that sort of lands on him.
I need a shower.
"Oh, I'm terribly sorry, you're not going to get one of those here."
Is there water in the well?
Yeah, of course there is.
Okay, that's good enough for me.
I join you.
Yes. Let's.
Oh yeah, all right. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, hey, so before Akras goes off, I message him. Hey, I just want to check something with you. So, that stuff you said about my mother. Not true, is it? I haven't seen her in a while. How's she doing?
He sort of looks. He sort of looks over at you. Okay, so when was the last time you saw your mother?
Oh, years, I think.
Okay,
About
so
3 years ago.
you rolled like a relatively high insight roll. So if you're genuinely not shitting with him, right? He sort of takes a moment and pauses and goes.
Feels like she's pretty good looking.
I suspect
right?
I'd have been quite lucky to have met your mother, Barra.
Oh.
But I don't think I did. And he walks off.
Right then. Okay. Onward!
Right.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, what are you asking? You puff. Fine, let's go. Don't talk about our feelings. Come on. This is bullshit. Ah! I got to punch a wall.
Do not shout so loudly. We're in the
Let's go to the hut. Huts are manly.
We go to the manly hut
And as you
while the ladies take a shower.
So the manly hut, as it were, is, it's actually, for a village, it's sort of surprisingly nice. There's a central room which has got a fire in it and a few bits of furniture, space to put bedrolls out, and then there's actually a second room here. It's sort of like, it's small. It's maybe like 8 foot by 8 foot, but it's enough to be able to provide somebody with 2 people could actually have some privacy here. right? It's sort of like there's a small cooking area. It's like, and by cooking area, I mean literally it's a table, right? That's near the fire, right? But nevertheless, it's sort of there, and there's somewhere to hang over a kettle and various other things. So some basics, right? Beyond that, though, it is still a sort of little hilltop fishing village level of wealth. Though the floor is stone, surprisingly, right?
Kaman looks around the place. He's still curious about why the place is uninhabited. So he's checking when there was likely anyone else inside.
Yeah, make an investigation roll for me.
Investigation. 18.
Hey.
So there are some obvious signs of someone else coming in today to set and light a fire, right? And then there are other tracks in the dust on the stone that implies that somebody has come in here and done a search, rather the way that you are. In fact, it's a methodical kind of like look through each part of the room, walk from one wall to the other. With an 18, you've rolled well enough that you can almost imagine somebody doing exactly the same thing you're doing, which is walk from one wall to the other, then look back and see if the same wall length is what you'd expect, and then go the other way, and like kind of as if they were looking for hidden doors or missing rooms or things like that. You also then look and you see a bit further back in time, as it were, right? So you can see the immediate spoor, probably you presume from Across's team, right? And you look a bit further back in time, and you start to see, well, is there any food here or any other kind of provisions or things that are left behind? And with that 18, you see that there are some neatly folded, old but serviceable blankets. Right? There are a couple of simple kind of burlap bags, right? Nothing extravagant, but also, in these bags or near these bags are some extra pairs of clothing, right? So sailor's clothing, very simple again. There's a sewing kit. There is a simple set of cooking utensils. The implication being to your trained eye that someone didn't leave here with a plan of going somewhere for an extended period of time. If you take your sewing kit with you, you'd probably take if you're not wealthy, you probably only have one set of utensils and you take that with you everywhere you go. So whoever left didn't leave, with a plan to leave.
Okay.
But there's no sign of a struggle. There's no blood.
Right.
There's no headless corpses on the floor. Kind of.
Right.
There's none of. We start off at macabre today, but there's no signs of anything like that.
I shared it with Barra since he's. So this manly hut
Punching the floor.
was.
Being
it's,
measured.
made, it's made of stone. Barra, whoever left without thinking that they would be away for a long time.
You always place like shit. Like, I wouldn't want to stay here.
No, I mean, they didn't. They probably went out and thought that they'd be back in a short time. I'm very curious. I'm finding everything very curious here. Are you done punching the floor? No, I'll leave you to it.
Alright, okay. I take the sewing kit. Yeah. Patch some tears on my clothing from just now. Don't look at me. Sewing's a manly hobby.
Yeah, you now have a sewing kit.
By the way, sorry, hey, I was a bit mean to you back in the mine. So, not gonna apologise, but hey, that little statue thing you found?
Oh, this?
Yeah, what was it like? You seem to really recognise it.
Oh, it's a figurine of wondrous power, I believe. I can see that if we speak its command word. It
Oh
will turn
no,
into-
but like something with your deity or your god or something like that.
Oh, yeah. Kid said that she would figure this out for me.
Yeah, I'm like, who's that? Well, I never heard of this guy.
I know.
You keep talking about him back on the ship.
Oh, he's the embodiment of knowledge.
How boring.
Well, it would have been useful downstairs just now when we were trapped inside
Oh
it.
god.
And it helped me to translate Darwinese.
Yeah, you know what? Like, okay, I'm just gonna see whether the girls are done. I'm gonna have a shower myself. I want to be nice and fresh for when the emissary shows up.
Right.
Hi.
Brace yourself.
What are you doing?
I'm splashing water. Apparently my water splashing sound is terrible.
You were attacking me. I wipe off 4 bits of ghoul gunk
Ew.
from my clothes and my
Cool gunk.
body.
There is no point taking all that off. I think we're just gonna have to burn those clothes.
I wonder if there are clothes in the hut.
So as I approach, hey, where are the girls having a shower?
Well, we're probably just rinsing off like next to the well.
Alright.
To get.
Hey, girls, you guys done?
Now there's
Alright.
a lot of gunk to get off.
I need a few more hours, I think.
Like for like a really tiny person, you take a really long time to shower. There isn't really that much, like a surface area.
You try having so many ghouls splattered all over you.
Oh yeah, great leader, of course. Yeah. All right, I'll leave you guys
This is
alone.
not the usual shower, okay? This is a cleansing.
Okay, of course. Yeah.
Barra, you're super smart. Make a perception roll for me.
I'm super smart. I'm intelligent. Yeah, I am super smart.
Oh,
Yeah.
Perception, 19.
You very clearly smell, like as one of the breezes passes by, you smell fresh sea air, and you smell the sea, just like you know it very well.
God,
Like
yeah.
you feel that like lovely, warm, moist breeze that you get from the sea. It kind of lifts you up and makes you kind of remember all your days in the sea, and then you go. Oh. But But like, there's the sea is nearby here. You can hear and when you tune in, you can actually hear the waves
Right.
crashing against the beach and stuff. So
All right. Yeah, whatever you girls have your little girly shower. I turn on my breastplate. Yo, I'm going to the sea. Start running to the sea heedlessly of whatever might be around.
yeah, and
There's a
as you head in that direction, you pass another large sort of orc in sort of dark armor who sort of looks at you curiously at you running and says, "Everything all right?
Yeah, I'm going to the sea. You want to come?
Oh, you'll want to go down the stairs then. The steps, the sea steps. They're up there, way."
The sea steps.
So
All
it kind of
right.
points you in the right direction, and you kind of run through this village, and you pass by a large fire pit around which are sat a bunch of different sailors and various other folks like that. And you carry on running.
Hi,
Like-
friends.
You get a couple of other
Montage.
questions and answers of like, where are you going? And you kind of answer back, oh, I'm going to the sea. I'm going to the sea. Fantastic. And as you come to the edge of the village,
Right.
you then find yourself on the top of a cliffside. Right at
Right.
the edge of the village, the small fence opens, and
Yeah.
carved into the side of the cliff are
Right.
some heavy, sort of like sandstony type of steps, like
Okay.
carved out.
Okay. Sandstony type of steps.
And there you see the beautiful Sagarma Ocean.
What's it called again?
The Sagarma Ocean.
Sagama Ocean. Oh yeah. Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna try a trick. Okay, so I'm cast prestidigitate at the same time as light is on my breastplate,
Mhm.
and I aim my breastplate towards the sky. That is my Barra sigil. Is there now a Barra signal in the sky?
What's that giant bee?
As you do so, as you look up and you go, you notice out of the corner of your eye something you hadn't quite been able to see from inside the village. There's a huge fucking lighthouse. Like there, sort of like, and you sort of have this moment of just complete,
Okay.
kind of gives you some perspective on your little light versus the big light. But yeah, there's a little glow.
Okay. It's
You,
just
you feel like that, but then the light kind of kicks around from the lighthouse. So it
Right.
spins around.
But it's just to let people know where I am.
I mean, you can make perception rolls if you like.
Sure. Okay lah,
It's
ings you lah,
outside.
ings you. Don't say you don't have 15.
23.
So you saw Barra kind of run off, and occasionally you hear
His
some
glowing
raised
green.
voices. You saw the same thing, Kie, but a little bit later you can see there's a slight bit of light, sort of like over in the corner, and maybe you catch a little bit of, what is Barra's symbol?
Barra's symbol is a musical note riding a fish. Maybe the other way around.
Yeah, I was like, wait, what?
You think you might, maybe it's a trick of the mind, maybe that's a musical note riding a fish, or a fish riding a musical note, or maybe it's just like a bit of shadow, you can't tell. But there's a certain bright patch just over, like, as the village rises a little bit, you can see there's like a little bright area on, maybe that's the back fence. Interesting.
Ha! I guess Barra found the sea. You know what?
Seems like it.
Actually,
What is that?
considering the amount of nonsense we need to wash out, the sea might be a better idea than
I
this
think
one.
so. We could use the sand to scrub off the blood and the guts.
Let's go.
So as you kind of run your way through, by now the curious sort of like or sees that way. Look for the steps. I think your friend stood there in a heroic pose.
Thank you. The fastest goblin and the fastest halfling run. 40 feet, 35.
So you kind of make your way and you rapidly catch up with. Have you kept on going down to the sea, or
No,
have you waited there?
I'm beaming.
And you then find yourself with a beaming Barra, and you look across, and I think it may be the first time for you guys, I don't know, that you look across and you see the Sagama Ocean, and the thing you've seen from the maps is this is one of those, you know, those old medieval maps, here there be dragons type of thing, right? This is one of those ones that stretches off down to the south, and potentially, I think most scholars have written the world doesn't end beyond the horizon. However, you could believe it. It's just massive and it carries on into the darkness. And actually the darkness just takes all of your vision away. And so you just see that beautiful thing of like the waves just appear at the edge of your vision. And then as they do so, they then kind of like work their way into the cove and then crash against the sand and the rocks below. And off to the left-hand side, you can just see, and it's kind of lit and picked out by little bits of light, you can see a jetty kind of like heading out into the water. And it takes a sort of like a cross and then goes off to the left, and then every now and then you hear this creaking sound of wood on wood, and you can see two large shadow forms. Like they're big, so you presume they're boats, ships, something, right? Just creaking and bobbing in the water as the waves come in. They're a reasonable distance away, probably. So it's sort of down the steps is maybe about switchbacks, maybe it's about 100 meters down. So it's like 30 meters or so, maybe 20 meter sort of like cliff, so it's 100 feet. But practically speaking, you're going to go there and back again a few times to get down there.
Can I see the hut where Kaman is from where I am?
No, you can't.
All right.
I mean, you sort of run around the other side of the village.
Kaman is trancing in the hut. He's got his eyes closed. He's trying to figure out the mystery. It's opening his mind.
Sure.
Right. Right. Just tell the girls like, that's where I want to go. One day I'm going to cross that shore and people are going to sing songs about me. It's not just me singing songs about other people.
He's quite scary. He's so big and dark.
Oh, don't worry. I'm a brave leader. I'll protect you.
I
You can
don't
take care of
know.
yourself.
I mean, I came down to see the sea and to scrub this nonsense off, but I'm slightly terrified at how big it is.
Oh, no, don't worry. Come on, I'll show you. Barra jumps into the water.
So you scamper down the steps first, because I mean, I presume that's like, otherwise we're going to go into falling damage. There's a whole different place altogether. But yeah, you scamper down the steps, you run down, and you find there's a path that leads you off to the dock, but there's a path that very clearly leads you down to where some fishermen have their boats, and again, you haven't seen a single soul except for clearly militarized folks, right? Like you haven't seen anybody just like, the old friendly fisherman fixing his net, none of that, right? So as you kind of get down to the water, you're shining kind of like torch in front of you, illuminating this path, right? And you kind of head into the water, and it is really, really nice and beautifully tropically warm sea that's kind of lapping its way up against this sort of cove, and it's lovely. Yeah, it's you dive straight in if you want.
Okay, yeah, go in.
Are you going to take your items off, or are you just going to dive in and just...
You're very clever.
I am brave.
You're incredibly clever.
You're very clever.
That's why you get these prompts.
I waited.
It's beautiful. It's lovely.
All right. Yeah. Then I sort of like, okay, it's okay. I'll just wash my midriff, which is already exposed. Splush, splush, splush.
I'm slightly curious. So the people we meet, are they part of Akras's team as well?
You see them all wearing a mixture either of a similar kind of uniform to the Shadowguard, right?
Okay.
And so far you've seen maybe about 8 or 9 of those folks, right?
Okay.
Maybe some more, maybe less, can't tell. It's dark. Or other folks who are clearly wearing very simple sailor's garb. So it's sort of cut off at the ankles or the calves. It's cut off at the arms here, so you don't get caught up in any riggings. But they all almost invariably have a logo on them, and that logo is similar to the one that you've seen on Akras's uniform as well.
Right. So even the sailor people have that.
Yes,
oh,
it is.
okay.
It is sort of like Yeah, the cheesiest way I'm going to say it's a bit like the Mortal Kombat dragon. It's a dragon that's kind of rampant in itself within a circle.
Okay.
Right? It's sort of like a slightly reddish color.
Sure. So yeah, I am going to scrub up with the sand and the water and just full on washerwoman routine right there.
Me too, but a bit more elegantly.
Yeah, as in you're actually going to exfoliate? Is that the
Yeah. Yes, I am.
Right.
Okay.
I'm getting a bit of eyeball off.
Skincare routines are so important.
It's so important.
Yeah, I mean, no skills required to wash yourself, but you manage to like take handfuls of sand and pass them over your clothes to be able to like get out some of the worst gunk and your weapons and various other things like that. It takes probably a good hour and a half. Your equipment now is entirely sodden. Right, you're going to need to take some time to dry it out. It's a warm evening, so probably a good rest or so and it's drying out, and that should be fine. So overnight, you imagine it'll be fine in the morning. In the meanwhile, as you guys are doing this, can you make an Arcana roll for me?
Arcana. Only person doing any work.
Yeah.
Oh, I rolled a 19. 24.
So you have unlocked the mysteries of the Eye of Aina.
Oh.
So as I'm trancing, suddenly I see the gem begin to rise next to me. And I see what it actually is. It's an iron stone of absorption. It can absorb up to 20 levels of spells directed at me.
Oh.
So stand nearby if there's a fireball coming at
Wait,
you.
does it work on a fireball?
I think it.
No, it doesn't do area effect spells, I believe. I think it does.
This will make me very sad. Cancel a spell of 4th level or lower cast by a creature you can see and targeting only you.
Yeah, it's a specific one.
I'm sorry.
But nevertheless, I mean, it's still a
You're
There's-
a tank.
as with all your things, there is a primary use of these things, but also over time, maybe there are other secondary things that will unlock as you get to know them better, especially when they are so clearly related to your dead. And that's certainly the impression you get with that roll of 19, which is really rather magnificent roll, doing well today. Now,
Can I have run back while the girls are leaving, just
Sure.
to get dry clothes for them? Oh yeah, oh great leader, there's some dry clothes in the hut. I'll get them for you.
Okay.
Me too.
And run.
Me too.
And
You
then
know
can I like open the door as the freaking stone is rising?
sure, absolutely. I mean, there's no reason why not. I mean, once it's risen, it then orbits around your head. Right?
Oh,
So it's sort of like
A fly, but magical
Yeah.
and gemmy.
It orbits my head at a distance of 1 feet. It's 1 foot away from my head.
It's like those cartoons and you
What?
like run into something and
What the hell? I'll leave you alone for like 1 second and you're fucking weirder than you were before.
You smell like the sea.
Yo, I like seas really nearby. Yeah, remember? Remember we were on the ship together. Hey, you know,
Sea can be dangerous at night.
God. Alright, so anyway, the girls are kind of showering there, so I'm gonna bring them some clothes. But
Do you have your weapons with you? The sea can be dangerous at night.
yeah, they're all wet.
Oh, yes. Are you?
Hey, so like, okay, I just want to tell you, but you don't remember anything that happened to you before, like you were found in a place and brought to that village and ended up here, right?
All I know is that the sea can be very dangerous.
Like, I just
at
want
night.
to say that you're playing with things you don't understand, man. Like, there's something flying around your head right now.
Oh, I perfectly understand this.
Yeah, but you don't remember what happened to you.
I'm sure I will eventually. Did you want to get something?
Yeah, I wanted to get some clothes.
But
In a way,
they-
you weirdo.
They don't belong to us. They belong to whoever stayed here.
Leave with the clothes.
I sigh and return to meditating.
Alright, I give the girls the clothes.
thank you.
I assume they're human size.
yeah, you've got spare clothes in your bag though.
Thank you.
Well, actually, technically, because I said they're cropped at the arms and cropped at the
That's what
legs,
they're
they would just be
really-
super baggy, kind of
Yeah.
90s R&B,
Oh,
baggy,
so
like
cute.
full size for you, like both of you. You could, in theory, absolutely, yeah, it would be exactly right.
Okay.
Oh, it's so cute. Whoa. Okay, alright, let's go.
And potentially with a tailor's kit roll, you could
Jazz it up.
do a bit of magic. Anyway,
Yeah.
so anything else you'd like to do other than wash up and get yourselves clean?
No. Get a rest. We're all quite battered, I feel.
I make a mental note to myself to wake up early the following morning to check out the boats because they are unoccupied now.
Yeah, so by your estimate, you think there's probably about 6 or so hours till dawn, maybe slightly longer than that. It's hard to tell, but you know, based on the position of the moons and a few other things, maybe 6, maybe 8 hours. So you know, you can mostly get your rest in. It wouldn't be such a problem.
While we were doing our shower, I will take a note of what the dynamic is like between the sailors and the soldiers.
It seems make a the dynamic. Make an insight roll.
Oh, 16 plus 1, 17.
It seems to be professional, collaborative. You do get the impression that they may not be used to working with each other, but you certainly don't get the impression of any animosity. No one's barging shoulders. No one's kind of no harshly exchanged words. One thing that is true is that there's not the usual rowdiness you'd expect from having maybe 20 or 30 soldiers and sailors or sailors in the same place. There's not the usual boasting and storytelling, and you know, it's a lot more quiet, and voices are kept low,
Right.
except for Barra's.
As we all head back into the hut, I explained, our new traveling companions, they seem very well behaved for soldiers. I don't know whether it's just because we are in enemy territory, so they are, being more quiet, or if they are just very disciplined people to begin with. But anyway, I think we should err on the side of caution and still keep a guard, even though we have this nice hut.
Yeah. Okay, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
I'll be done trancing within an hour or two. So if somebody could take
Yeah, I'll take
first
first
couple
guard.
hours,
No worries.
I can take the rest.
So I see.
There's a golden gem that's dimly glowing that looks a bit like the one in my forehead that's rotating about a foot around my forehead.
Get a new accessory?
Oh yes, it was from the chest.
Why is it? Why is it orbiting you now?
It's a protective stone.
Oh yeah.
You know what it is now?
Yes.
Oh,
Right,
is
I'm gonna
it?
try it out, okay? Well, it protects you from spells, right?
No, but it only has a limited amount of uses. And it doesn't recharge. Once the uses are all complete, it will be useless.
Oh yeah, just gotta sleep. Yeah. No.
You just grab it.
Yeah, I sure did.
Cool. Well, make an attack roll.
This is a terrible idea. I rolled a 1.
Oh no.
Like it's like as you're trying to when you try and grab a mosquito or and you just make a really big slap, but you actually miss it and it taunts you. It's
an
like that.
AC 24 or acrobatics DC 24 check to grab it.
You might have a chance.
It dodges out of your reach as you.
And actually almost does look at you and just taunt you. It's got a little eye on it, so it looks at you and just kind of carries on flying around.
I just keep trying, because,
So
for shits and giggles.
you have a frustrating minute or two just trying to grab it as it kind of keeps moving out of your range and stuff.
And Kaman says, "I thought you wanted to rest."
Oh, yes. No, I'm on
yeah.
first watch. Go trance.
Right.
Sorry. It's very distracting.
Alright then, thanks for it later.
Damn it!
Okay. Get into the fire.
So you're going to just, when you say you're taking watch, what does that entail? Given that you're in a wooden hut that's got some stone floor and a few low stone walls, maybe 2 feet or a meter or so of stone wall, and then it's wood all the way up, and then kind of thatched and wood beam proof.
I will sit in an area in the room where I can monitor the ingresses, like the windows or the door.
Yeah, there's not really windows, there's just a door.
Okay, so
you
I
can-
will sit in a way where I can look at the door.
Yeah, you are able to look at the door, and every 15 minutes or so, you see a form walk past. Not directly past the door, but maybe 15, 20 feet past it, as somebody is doing a circuit of the village, and there appears to be a series of regular patrols happening around the village space.
Okay. I mean, after a while, I get bored, and I'm like, okay, I probably shouldn't wake the others too much. So I get out of the hut. I just wait at the door and sharpen my axe. And then if one of the patrols pass by, I'll like make casual conversation.
Sure. You all sat there sharpening an axe, and I'd like you to imagine the idea of a barbarian clean of blood, but not necessarily, spotless.
In hip hop clothing.
Sat in hip hop clothing, sat in a doorway with a whetstone going, yeah. None of the soldiers are particularly, of a mind to come say hello, but you do get like some professional nods from none of the sailors. You do get some professional nods from some of the soldiers that are doing their walk, yeah. But no one's approaching you. I mean, it's clear to them, or at least you think so. Like, you think they think you're on watch, and they think you think they think you're on watch.
Perfect.
So
just the image I'm trying to put up.
Everyone is, convinced. But yeah, no one comes over to talk to you.
That's okay.
Easily a couple hours pass. Nothing happens. Like, the hours pass.
Yeah. And
Kaman takes over.
Yeah.
I'll take second watch with Kaman.
No, Kaman can take the rest of the watches. You're
I want to read my book.
Fine.
Oh yeah, I have a book. I forgot about that. Yeah, I'll start reading the book as well.
Okay, so you get 2 hours of watch.
Yeah.
So you get 2 hours of reading.
Yay!
You'll need to sleep a little late into the morning. You'll need to get a couple hours after dawn of sleep.
No problem. Only 8 hours.
And you're gonna get up and read as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna get up and read and just keep an eye on Kaman because he's even weirder than ever.
So the 2 hours of reading does need your concentration. So it's actually fine. It's actually great, in fact, that he's got. You're able to share that time with someone on watch.
Okay.
You can obviously talk and make comment, but you've really got to focus in on the content of the book.
Right.
Kaman's just standing outside the door.
Military tactics. So I really don't remember anything. I just find it really suspicious. I used to have like a sailor friend, and he said he didn't remember anything. And then we went to like a port, and then it turned out that he was like this fugitive.
Oh. So he used his amnesia as an excuse.
No, he didn't have amnesia. It was just pretending.
And do you think I'm pretending?
Military tactics. Chapter 2. I just go back to my book.
Kaman's looking out at the stars.
So the book, as you're reading through it, you find incredibly compelling, right? Even though it is a relatively dry subject matter that you've probably never been specifically interested in before. The combination of the magical essence that's weaved into it, plus the relatively recent danger you've been in, does make the material and the time pass relatively quickly. Beyond the occasional guard that will be doing a lap or the odd sailor, you also make no specific. Oh, you're a sea elf, aren't you? Make a perception check for me, please.
Are they sea elves too?
Yeah, wow, the rolls today. 24.
Okay, cool.
What?
Despite feeling that there's no evidence for this feeling that you can tell, but there's something not right with the sea and the way it's working right now. There's not like you don't have a memory to be able to know, but there's something not right, and it doesn't feel right. That's all you have, and it's only because you rolled that 24.
Okay. Does it compel me to want to investigate by going closer to it?
No, it's more like it's that feeling you get when you've gone to bed and you hear a noise downstairs and you're like, what's that? Everything's fine, everything's okay, and then you have that short period afterwards where your brain kind of reasserts normality. You've got that awkward feeling now of like, that's not.
Barra, I've got a bad feeling about the sea.
Okay, what do you feel about it?
Something's not right. Just Be careful when you're near the sea.
No, come on. It's the first time I've seen the sea in ages.
The
It's
next time,
landlocked.
the next time you see it or you're near it, just there's something wrong with it.
Alright, you know what? We're going to visit the sea first thing tomorrow, unless the mystery lady shows up. I'll be busy for a while. You know what I mean?
Just be careful, all right?
Saved a life. Yeah? You know what I'm talking about?
Why? Is that a wink?
Have you never seen one just because you've got 3 eyes? You don't know how to wink?
But your left eye's
Oh.
twitching.
You know, what? You don't know anything. Alright, I'm going to sleep.
Okay.
I'm going to go to sleep.
Cool. And Kie, it's going to be your watch now. And I think that as you get to the end of your watch, make a perception roll.
19.
Wow. Nothing comes across your watch. You see a few people kind of cross back at you. You can see the beginning of the dawn is going to appear. It's like false dawn, so it's just beginning that first bit of light that comes up, and it's the jungle sounds that are behind you in the Marabanda just begin to start waking up. The night kind of is going away, and the dawn and dusk crew all beginning. So you get the birds that begin to start, like kiel, kiel, and various other kind of sounds as they wake up. The bats are sort of coming back into roost in the trees, and beyond that, however, and the fact there's a little bit more in the way of movement from people around the village as they get up early to start whatever task they've been issued for the day. Like there's the sailors and the soldiers. Very little else catches your attention.
Okay.
So you all finish a long rest, which means you get your hit points back and you get your spell slots back, and all good things happen. And as you do so and begin to kind of assemble yourself for the day, is there anything specific you want to do? Your clothes are still drying, and
I finished the drawing with prestidigitation.
you're going to have to spend close to an hour to prestidigitate. Like, as much as I love prestidigitation, it is not a hack
It's
to
a hand drawing.
Yeah, it's a hand dryer. Exactly right. It's at that point of like, the hand dryer in a hotel. It's like it'll work, right? But it's not going to dry out.
Okay.
Sodden clothes quickly.
Right.
Except if they're on your skin. I mean, that's the thing, right? If it's physically on you, you can expel the water from it because it's touching your body.
Right.
We come up to see Kaman wearing really small clothes.
Yes, indeed. He's there parading around in your. No, he's not. Unless he wants to be.
No, not that weird.
I mean, it's
Weird, but not that weird.
So beyond that, then the morning begins, and there's a little bit of stillness in the air. There's a light fog out towards the sea. It's not really hit the cliffs as yet, but you can see it sort of hanging off maybe a couple of 100 meters off the seashore. Not untypical, nothing particularly unreasonable about a small fog in a fishing village. And there is a clumping sound outside your door as you hear the heavy boots of Akras, and his voice follows briefly afterwards and says, "Good morning. Everyone up? You all right there? You have a good night's sleep?" So as you open the sort of like the covering and you put it back, and you sort of see Akras there, and stood next to Akras is the again rather elegant and unnecessarily imperturbed, one might say, figure of Maktaras, who sort of looks and gives you a rather regal, if you will, bow.
So
Emissary Tarask! Oh, I'm so glad you're here.
And so Barra's still drying his clothes, right? Oh, I'm a lady. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't expect to see you there. So it gets down unnecessarily on one knee, like, oh my lady, I'm so glad that you're safe. Can I say I did everything within my power to make sure that you'd be all right? Takes her hand and tries to kiss it.
So there is a little bit.
So she's like
are
topless,
you
right?
like sort of?
Yeah, I'm a lady.
She sort of smiles and lets you sort of like a.
Oh.
And I go,
Barra, put on a shirt.
Oh no, I don't think that will be
There's
necessary.
lots of people here.
No, it's fine. I'm really
It's
comfortable.
necessary.
No, it's fine.
And the Empress looks at you all and says, quite a lot has happened since yesterday, and a lot has changed, and I need to bring you all up to speed with that. So I'll give you a couple minutes to finish your morning rituals and get ready. I didn't realize it was quite as late as it was. And then if you could, and he sort of looks to Akras, if you could detail one of your men to help these four find me, that would be much appreciated. And then there's a moment, and you see the emissary sort of very consciously say the word "sir" to Akras.
I messaged the emissary just to check. Hey, my lady, the last time we saw you, you were being taken prisoner by these people. You all right? You want to hang out with us instead?
Please come and find me in about the next, whenever you're ready. I'm perfectly fine. The situation is a lot more complicated than we were led to believe. And it will take a discussion, perhaps over breakfast, if you haven't broken your fast yet.
No.
I have a large table in sort of the room that I've been assigned, so we can talk you through it there. It's also probably an opportunity for you to reacquaint yourself with Ambassador Jemana.
Oh yeah, forgot about her.
Oh.
Alright, and I just like the message. Your hair looks really nice. Just wanted to tell you.
Sort of looks over and kind of goes, and then sub-vocalizes. Thank you.
Wow.
Gives you a little smile.
Alright then.
You get back in the hut, and then like, okay, something kinky is up.
Barra's on the moon.
I think you keep doing what you're doing and check in with her after she's told us what's going on. See whether this is what's going on or this is what she's been told to say. Yeah.
Alright, yeah. But hey, so last night, this guy here said there was something up with the sea. He said something's wrong.
I cannot explain,
He's got
but
3 eyes. He's very deceptive.
something's... The sea, there's a bad feeling about it.
4
Just be
eyes.
careful.
Was it that thing that told you?
No, this doesn't tell me anything. This is a protective...
No, okay. You see, he is a sea elf. He's very attuned to the sea.
So it spoke to you.
Not quite. It's just a feeling I have. And I think it's an instinct we can trust.
So should we go check it out before we go look for the ambassador?
Just... We don't have to check anything out. Just be careful when you're near the sea.
So echo what the leader said.
I can't be specific because I don't specifically know anything.
So should we go check it out?
No,
so you
no,
want more
just-
specifics.
Just be careful when you're near the sea. That's all I can...
fucking weird.
I mean, we get it. We get your warning. We will be careful, but
Breakfast?
yes, breakfast. Let's go.
Alright, reluctantly pull
Back
on the
up.
clothes.
Just in case we don't come back.
No worries. You take a few minutes. You redress yourself.
I do redress myself.
Just checking.
I do redress myself.
And are you still? I mean, your clothes are still wet. So are you still wearing?
I'm
your
still wearing my hip hop.
nice hip hop
Yeah.
gear. Okay, great. So,
Oh, I just realized the two of us don't need armor, so yeah, we're cool with
I'm
Yeah.
actually I'm okay with burning my clothes.
that's why because you literally have to scrub them for so long. Like they're still military issues. They're decent. They're used to hard treatment, but they're pretty gross, right? And so yeah, you're just sort of like, and if you see they'll dry kind of like in that way they're drying anything with seawater in dries, which is just not pleasant.
hardened.
So yeah, so you can happily stay in these slightly
attire.
oversized but comfortable clothes. You cinch them with a belt, sort of rope belt, totally fine.
I make it quite fashionable.
Quite like this.
Make a fashion check. What would that be? Let's have a look. Let's think. Performance.
Okay.
Wow.
18.
Right here.
Whether you consciously mean to or not, you have replicated some of the more recent fashions from Merak. Merak is obviously one of the 5 cities of the Namandan Union, quite known for being fashion forward. So,
How you do that?
grudgingly nod.
Yeah, no, it's on point. It's on
Yeah,
point.
yeah.
Looks good. Looks good.
And so you then sort of manage to make your way without too much difficulty. Sort of get your bags packed up, and you sort of come out of the large stone sort of room you've been in. Outside is a younger looking sailor, maybe half orc, maybe sort of some orcish blood, but also tending towards a not a fully sort of like a developed, like the Shadowguard being these sort of big, incredibly beefy kind of rock-like characters, right? This is a more like your normal person by comparison.
Normal person.
And so like it's just like and stood there. So still clearly athletic, muscle, everything else, right? But sort of sat there and sort of stood there and says, when you're ready, I'm ready to take you over.
Okay, let's go.
Fabulous. And sort of begins to trot through the village. And as you start moving, you don't go the direction you went yesterday. You're sort of lunge towards the ocean, and instead you kind of head a little bit upwards in the village. There's a slight slope, and as you come around the corner past a couple of sort of again stone buildings that kind of head similar size as the ones you're in, maybe 30 or 40 feet long, and 8 or 10 feet leading to a thatched roof, and you pass through another sort of corridor almost that's created by the two of these. You then come out to a part of the village where there's some steps that lead up to another area encompassed with a small stone palisade, almost like maybe 10 or 15 feet raised from the original village, on which you can see some buildings, as well as a really rather large lighthouse, sort of like at the back of that area, but sort of dominating your view as you look over. How did I miss that night, right? But it's sort of a large white lighthouse with a nice blue kind of patinated roof that's kind of tiled and overlapping. It looks a little bit kind of like your classical fantasy wizard's tower, but it's clearly instead a lighthouse, because in the center, just below that overhang, is a large sort of rotating object that gives off a big flash of light every 10 seconds or so.
Okay.
As it kind of pivots its way around you. You've all seen lighthouses before. You're from naval sort of families and naval cities, so it's nothing new. You hadn't heard of a lighthouse here before, though. But this isn't part of the Namandan Union technically, so it's interesting that there's one that's this operational.
It's a good thing I'm not a ship, because I missed this somehow last night. That wasn't terrible.
Maybe we could check it out later. When it looks like a wizard's tower.
Yeah. Also, because the DM mentioned it twice.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I think we should go. Yeah, definitely.
I mentioned lots of things.
But while we're on the way to the meeting, since it's a brand new day and I'm all rested, I'd like to sort of spend 10 minutes to share my feelings.
It's not going to be a 10-minute walk, so you can choose to do this beforehand, and you can take 10 minutes to get your stuff together, no problem. But it's really it's sort of a 2-minute, 3-minute walk.
All right. So
But we're packing?
While we were packing.
While you're packing, you can happily do this.
you guys are packing. Okay. All right then. So guys, I'm just gonna have a little bit of entertainment where you guys are just to sit back, relax, and pack your bags. And this is Barra the Bard. Gonna share a little bit of entertainment with you. All right. Any song requests today from anybody? No.
A Christmas song.
Christmas song.
Yeah, something festive, yeah.
Festive.
Your clothes roasting on an open fire. We went swimming next to the boat. And new clothes I helped you acquire. Whether they're nice or not, nobody knows. Everybody knows something else, which is that we're gonna meet the misery. And she's got such lovely hair. So I can't remember how the rest of this song goes, but I'm floating on air. So sorry, I hope you guys enjoyed that song.
Nice way to start the day.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Yeah, let's go, guys.
I look forward to these songs,
Oh, thanks,
Start the
correctly.
day off on the right, not the
I prestidigitate a rim shot.
Oh, you ruined it. Ruined the moment. All right, let's go. All right.
So, heading across to the through the village as you follow past, sort of along behind this sort of sailor boy, and doesn't take too long. Maybe a couple of minutes later, and you're sort of into the main heart of what would be the village. You see there's a large tree off to the left-hand side, and a couple of other larger stone buildings. These ones look a little bit more robust, right? And in the courtyard, that's sort of this one that would look, to our eyes, maybe a bit churchy, but there's nothing church-like. There's no religious symbols. There's no cemeteries or anything like that. But it is large in the way that a church with a pointed roof in your sort of classical minds would be, right? And then there's another building similar looking to that, with sort of again large pointed eaves. And then in the sort of courtyard formed by that, on the right-hand side, is a smaller pair of buildings facing each other. Right? And this is where the sailor sort of takes you towards. And as he does so, he sort of you see there is there are a couple of sort of shadow guards, the larger sort of leather wearing orc-like creatures who are stood there. And he says, "It's over there for you. If there's anything else, I'm going to be on my way though."
No, thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Hey,
Thank you.
Have you noticed anything wrong with the sea?
Oh yeah, you're a sailor.
Nope. Not a thing. I mean, yeah, it's kind of nice. Maybe get some fish for lunch.
Hey, so like, do you come to this village often? I'm not trying to pick you up. I'm just it's a genuine question.
I'm a bit young. But no,
No, you're not.
he sort of looks over and goes, I probably shouldn't say too much right now. I don't. Yeah, it's probably not my place to say very much. This is all way above my pay grade. I'm just it's fine. I'm just a deckhand.
It's okay. Don't worry. Barra just likes to make conversation.
Oh, I do. I mean, like, so you know where all the villagers have gone? Like, where was
we don't.
When was that? Have you seen them before?
Well, we sent out some of the scouts. This is on the way over. Like, you can do this thing, but we sent out some of the scouts. I was told. I mean, we've been worried about them too. My friend Henry went to have a look. He came back and said he couldn't see anything from them. Like, there's a rumor, but I don't think it's.
Tell us.
Yeah.
The rumor is they've all defected. They've went to the Sivilai and they ran away. Like, but there's no way of knowing.
Wait.
I don't believe it though. I don't see why anyone would do that.
Are you saying that this village is not a Sivilai village?
Oh no.
I didn't know that. I thought, because the mines were right there.
Yeah, who lives
No,
here?
this is a neutral village. This is like, I mean, it's not part of our empire. It's not part of the. Well, I mean, I've got to admit, I kind of am a bit confused about the political situation right now. And he sort of stops and there's a moment where he's like super proud of having said political situation. He's like, yeah, I'm confused about the political situation.
So, what's the name of this village?
We call it South Marabanda. It's really, it's pretty prosaic when you name it. South Marabanda Clifftop.
South Marabanda.
Clifftop.
I mean, and he just points over at the clifftop, and he points at the Marabanda, and he goes, I'm sure it has maybe an original name.
Yeah,
But
what's
not we refer to it.
what's the deal with that lighthouse? Do you guys get many boats around here?
Stops ships from hitting the
Yeah,
rock or
I know.
something.
Yeah. I was confused about that too originally, but I found out recently that that's what they were.
I know, it's amazing, right? I mean, it's like,
it's crazy.
it's super
Yeah,
cool.
just a house with a light.
I
And they
mean,
call it a
right,
lighthouse.
and then
Like,
you'd
so
have thought
creative.
you thought you'd just see
I know.
the
Yeah,
thing
yeah.
and you wouldn't drive into
I know,
it.
but it's
apparently
crazy,
you
yeah.
need to know to not drive into
Freaking
it.
hell,
It's
yeah, I
amazing,
know.
right?
It's like so funny.
I
Yeah.
have a question. I'm not very familiar with. So, is there somebody inside turning on the light?
And like moving it around, like.
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know.
We need to go check it out later.
My bosun would kick my arse if I went anywhere I wasn't told to.
What is a bosun?
Oh, it's the person who yells at me and tells me what to do.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we remember that.
Bosun.
Yeah, folks and not nice people. Yeah. All right.
I'm not a bosun.
Oh, he's not a bad chap.
Oh yeah. All right. You know what?
Ours was.
Oh, yeah, some of them could be right.
Hey, anyway, I'm gonna meet like a hot lady soon, so like you should like make yourself scarce.
Oh, hi. And he sort of looks at you guys in a kind of like a, glad I could help.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're a nice guy.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Are you waiting
Do
for
we
it?
have that?
No, I could never accept money.
Alright, bye then.
And there's a moment where he's just like, right, bye then, and sort of like spins on his heel and walks off, and kind of like you don't even need to look around to hear a teenage scuffle of feet as he kicks a stone away in frustration that he finds at his feet.
So initially I was just gonna walk away, like, rolls my eyes, walk back to him. Okay, come here. I give him
He
one
said-
silver piece.
Whew. Oh, thank you. You didn't have to do that.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I admit I laid it on thick, but thank you all the same. And he kind of takes it and legs it. Don't tell the bosun.
Teenagers nowadays.
Actually tipped him.
Yeah.
Wow.
As you get a little closer, you can see these two shadow guards there are watching you guys very carefully. Not at all aggressively, like, hands are not near their weapons or anything like that, any more than any trained soldier has their hands near their weapons, the way that you guys do, right? But certainly they're just there watching you and also looking very carefully around sort of everything. Every now and then, one of them turns, in the course of this conversation, what you see, one of them has turned and has walked back down sort of the small sort of alleyway between these two buildings, then walks back again. As you approach them. So, welcome. You must be the folks that brought Across back. He's
Yes.
spoken highly of you.
Oh, yeah.
Aww.
Oh, that's nice. He's a
Yeah,
nice
no,
guy.
absolutely. Thank you very much for bringing him back in one piece. He's quite important to us.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry about your other friend. We buried him too.
Yeah, Makra was a good person.
Yeah,
A real badass as well.
yeah. He lent a hand whenever people needed it.
But was he related to Akras?
Not by blood.
Alright,
but
yeah.
but may as well have been. They grew up together.
Yeah.
They're as thick as thieves.
Heard-
In and out of each other's, well, I think the expression I would have used when I was growing up was in and out of each other's kitchens, but they're a bit more grand than that.
We're sorry for your loss.
A bit more grand? What do you mean? Like who's Akras?
And there's a moment where the guard kind of like checks himself, because previously he's just been doing like soldier to soldier, just like, just chatting with you guys and saying thanks for, this, and there's a moment where he checks himself and kind of like the other one just goes, and he goes, I probably shouldn't say too much. It's not my place. But nevertheless, if you see me at a bar anytime, I'll stand you guys a drink.
Oh, that's very
Aw.
nice of you. I don't think there's a bar here though, but
No,
thank
there's
you
no
for
one.
that.
I mean, yeah, there's no one here. We're technically on enemy territory, so.
Yeah, there's an Orcish saying for people who are so close. 阿个球技. It means to be so close like the two nuts in the nutsack.
Aye.
I like two bollocks in a sack. Hey.
Yeah.
Oh, there we
Yeah,
go.
we say the same thing.
Oh, yeah.
That's interesting, that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Orcish they speak on your side of the mountains is quite similar to ours.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
It's
It's,
kind of basic.
we have common language.
Yeah, of course.
I'm trying out. Yes, you have to sing too.
Yeah, two
What's
bollocks in a
What's
sack.
it sound like
Yeah.
when you say it?
Two bollocks in a sack.
Oh, it sounds
I literally just said it 2 or 3 times. I mean, like,
Yes, it sounds kind of different.
It's a
Okay.
different Orcish style.
Alright, yeah, got it.
yeah, I
Alright,
mean, like I can't understand the Orcish dialect she's speaking. That's why I asked.
Alright, yeah, I get it. Alright, yeah. Anyway, yeah, no, it was lovely chatting. Maybe we should get going.
Probably for the best. Anyway,
Chuji.
Yeah.
Chuji.
right back at you.
Yeah, let's go.
And they look at each other and sort of take a step half. They're big fuckers, right? Like, these are orcs the way that, as I said, like the Rock is a human, right? It's like, they're big, solid slabs. And it was surprising even, you kind of got used to it with Akras, also like in the panic and running through the things and everything else, the fact that he was large, right? But yeah, there's like, these are orcs that, at they're sort of growing up in England, at their Weetabix, right? It's like the similar kind of thing. They had their breakfast cereal. Anyway, they sort of step aside and sort of like you. In front of you is a relatively narrow alleyway to a door to each side, and sort of look at you, and then one of them says, "They're in on the left," and sort of says, "I think you should go straight in."
All right, thank you.
Cool. As you walk in, you hear, as you sort of step in, you see this room, and you hear a sort of nasally voice say, But with all due respect, emissary, I think you will find this is part of one of the key parts of the treaty provision. There has been a clear breach of the treaty, and all we are saying is that it's important that the Namandan Union fulfills its obligations of the Treaty of Thoughts. You do concur, and as you're walking in, you hear Maktaras say, I do concur that there has been a breach of the Treaty of Thoughts. However, a 200-year-old treaty is not sufficient for me to take the entire of the Namandan Union to a war footing with civilization we barely know. You must understand that. And the ambassador then speaks and says, and you now see, stood around this table, in fact, are the ambassador, Germana, who is now no longer wearing the heavy hooded robe, and instead is stood dressed in a manner, in fact, none of you, I think, unless there's a really good reason, and I'm happy for you to tell me that I'm wrong, should recognize, which is that she is a fully insectoid creature, right? Her head is a greenish brown. You've seen this before. It's got little bits of leopard spotting on it, and then ends in a pair of mandibles, a set of compound eyes, or it's socketed roughly where a humanoid's would be, and a kind of pair of you think initially it's like a pair of antlers, but actually you can see they're actually sort of some sort of proboscis, or they're a sensor of some sort. They wave and they move, right? Accompanying them, another pair, which you hadn't seen previously because they were hidden behind the cowl, kind of raises up back over the top of her head, giving an incredibly insectoid and alien view to you. This is not a humanoid whose body language you can read as easily as previous.
How large is Ambassador Jamal?
Oh, that's a good question. So she stood currently at about 8 foot or so. And at 8 foot, you see that her body, there is the physicality of her thorax, right? And then the body kind of, the legs and the hips almost kind of like form an angle where her knees kind of then come back up her chest, as it were. So it's almost like she's not fully stood up. She's in a sort of praying mantis-like, sort of position, right? And then her shins themselves are almost as long as her torso. Kind of, so it gives the impression almost of like a grasshopper or a praying mantis or some other kind of insect, but you've never, however, seen a creature like this before. Also, you've never seen a creature like this before with 4 arms and a set of wings, which she also has, which previously were very much hidden underneath the cloak. There is a set of beautifully iridescent, folded wings, tightly folded back against her back, which you can now see. And they're almost in that sort of iridescence that comes off from the inside of mother of pearl, kind of, a beautiful kind of like spectrum of colours kind of shimmers its way across the surface, right? And occasionally in this conversation as it's happening backwards and forwards between Maktaras and the ambassador, you see there's a little shimmer of colour along these wings.
Now that we've actually seen her, can we make a roll to figure out what she is?
Yes, but you have to give me a reason why. Like this is an obscure race and individual, so there would be no reason why, unless it's ancient stories around the campfire.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
What was that? I mean, like, was this species ever like a creature of lore? I mean,
Potentially, yeah.
Stare at Ambassador Germana and.
Also, is she naked right now?
She appears to be wearing a series of almost like harnesses, right? So like which are kind of like well strapped onto her, from which are various accoutrements. Like there is a space for what appears to be some sort of like scroll case, right? There are a few of those. There are some sort of like you almost think there's an ink quill, right? It's like there are various little bits there that are sort of like together, the kind of stuff that you would have in your backpack or sack, right? Instead, these are much more openly visible. Like there's a small knife, not a large one, not a dagger or anything like that, but there's a small knife there, utility knife, that kind of thing. Yes, you can. What sort of role would you like to make
Oh, the Martin with
that's relevant to this?
I guess history or history. I guess.
Okay, sure, absolutely.
Okay. Do. Ah, natural one.
Oh no.
Don't know. Honestly, there are more things. I mean, if you kind of like lead your brain down lots of little paths, and there's a point where you're just like staring at, just like genuinely kind of going, could it be a? What about it? And like you're having a good old, you're deep in the think tank about it for 30 seconds or so, and in the end you just kind of like have that complete draw blank feeling, of
Right.
just like
Yeah. Yeah.
In the meanwhile, both the emissary and the ambassador sort of break off their conversation and recognise that all of you are here. And you also notice sat at the table with them is your previous travelling companion, Akras, who appears to mostly be deep in, there's a couple of bits of paper that are in front of him, and he's sort of deeply kind of like focusing on those bits of paper. And he hasn't noticed you, right? He's been like, he's clearly in the zone, right? Whereas Jaman and the emissary have. And the emissary turns around to you and says, Survey Team 3, thank you. Good of you to have come so quickly, and I'm sorry for interrupting your morning earlier.
Oh, no, not at all. We're sorry for interrupting the meeting.
No, it wasn't an interruption at all. In fact, I apologise. We started a little early. We wanted to maybe iron out some of the inconsistencies between us. But nevertheless, we are where we are now. Allow me to reintroduce Lord Akrastiman of... gosh, hang on one second. God damn it, I wrote it down.
Of your mother.
Indeed, of your mother.
Lord across?
Sorry. Lord Akrastiman, formerly of Duskholm.
Duskholm.
Yeah. And with him, obviously, High Ambassador Jamana, and obviously, just for the sake of completeness, myself, Emissary Mark Taras, and you are perhaps the key to resolving a politically difficult problem.
Sorry? We are a survey team. And, we are not familiar with the situation of this political climate.
I'm so feeling proud of myself having used political climate.
Yeah, political climate. Yeah, political. Yeah.
Indeed, and as your skills as a survey team that are perhaps going to be of the most use here. I will be, I get ahead of myself. Ambassador Jamana, would you mind providing me some of the context that I had from you? And so Jamana kind of like ruffles, and there's a moment of, you hear sort of this, actually it's quite pleasant, but it's also a strange sound of like as the wing case kind of rustles against the wing itself, but it's not unpleasant. It's not sort of like screechy or anything. And sort of turns to you and cants their head slightly and moves their hands into sort of like the four hands move, and you see that the lower pair of hands, right, much longer and more powerful, and have a very sharp claw on the fingers. And they sort of speak, and the hands mirror themselves almost as if to make sort of points and enunciations. But in essence, she says, well, I've spoken extensively with negotiator Maktaras about this. You may or may not be familiar, but before the Namandan Union was formed, the nations of the free trading cities, they signed a treaty known as the Treaty of Thorns with the nation of Carambir and the then Dragon Monarch of what would have been the combined territories of what is now Carambir, Sivilai, Karth, and the Shadow Throne. Obviously the Dragon Monarchy is long gone, but the treaty still stands and is considered to be valid. The treaty specifically states, and there's a moment where her head turns and looks at the emissary as she's speaking, right? The treaty specifically states that the lands from east of the Tarim Range and further to the south, bounded by ancient Nagjuan and the mighty Arambal, shall in perpetuity be the domain of the Shadow Throne, and any who annex, violate, or interfere shall suffer the wrath of the undersigned, and undersigned included the Dragon Monarch himself, the free trading cities, and a few other signatories, the city of Maris and the Kauravs, who aren't relevant to this conversation. Nevertheless, this treaty obviously has not been significantly important in recent years, because the Kingdom of Sivilai and the Shadow Throne were ruled by the Antaran family. The Antaran family being the descendants of the Dragon Monarchy, despite the loss of the Great Crown and despite the horrors of that time, nevertheless that single house was able to keep the throne unified, and there was never an issue that came about. Nevertheless, about 5 years or so, my king was challenged, and there's a moment where you can see there is a clear selection of words kind of like happening right from the left there. She says, the throne was rightfully usurped, as in all of the forms and conventions were met, and yet it was an usurpation nevertheless, as the bastard Nakdama and his, well, the less said the better about Mitrani and Satranvir. They deposed Kimbalan the king, and it was through the efforts of myself and a few others that we were able to smuggle the heir Malena out of the capital of Sivilai. And she sought refuge, in fact, amongst the Shadow Grove and the Shadow Throne, and was granted as such. Since these things were rightfully done, as it were, they were done by the forms and conventions of our people. The king was challenged, he accepted the challenge, the witness by the Minister of War was performed, all of the appropriate ritual was met. As much as it pained me to both see the death of a friend and the exile of someone I cared for, as High Ambassador and High Mage, I was bound to go by the result. To do less would be treason itself. But as time has passed, things have become increasingly more apparent. The things that are Nakdama, Mitrani, and Satranvir have managed to poison civilized society, to the extent that most recently the Sivilai kingdom has done something unthinkable and has both settled and broken the Treaty of Thorns by both taking land from the Shadow Throne and, as far as I can tell, and this is where my spies were unable to get me the full answer, kidnapping the exiled, I hesitate to use the word princess because there is no role anymore, but the exiled former heir of the former monarch, Malena, and holding her against her will in Twilight's End. So, I see, Barra, this is a lot.
Yes.
So let me see if I can summarize it. Basically, our king was killed through our own rituals.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're fucking everything up.
Right.
And they've broken a treaty that probably means that we'll have to go to war with everybody to fix it. That's one of the reasons why, with the aid of Lord Across here, we faked my kidnapping.
Oh! I look at that girl. Oh!
Wait.
Yeah, now it makes fucking sense, doesn't it?
Sorry.
Wait. You've been tricking us all this time? I thought you hated this woman.
I thought you liked my mother.
We didn't know who you were. We didn't know who your emissary was beyond any great details. I never met your mother.
Look.
Or if I did, I was a lot younger. It probably wouldn't add up. Well, actually, how old are you?
Oh, wait.
Maybe I was too young. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Anyway.
Let's not deviate away from the fact that I enjoy the sport. But let's stay on subject.
Wait. Sorry, and Miss Jemana. Sorry, I'm a bit confused about the political situation. I just want to point out. So you're from the Shadow Kingdom,
No, I'm the High Mage and High Ambassador of the Sivilai Kingdom.
right? But because you want to start a war.
But her king
Yeah, because
was
the rightful king,
deposed.
right. Yeah, so she wants people to attack the Sivilai Kingdom.
What do you want?
No, she doesn't want people to attack the Sivilai Kingdom. She's saying that the new king is an asshole
Yeah.
who breaks treaties, and
Yeah.
then now he's going to get everybody in the Sivilai Kingdom into war with all the other
Yeah,
people.
but you faked your own kidnapping so that
Yeah,
people
yeah.
would...
So she's trying to figure out a way to stop the war from happening.
I faked my own kidnapping so that my own children wouldn't be
Oh, you have children.
wouldn't suffer the consequences
Ah.
of my choices. They at least will be safe with my mate.
So you want to stop the war?
There isn't a war yet, but there will be at the point that somebody discovers that the Treaty of Thorns has been broken. There's no reason for Carambir or even the Namandan Union to not take the opportunity to gain more territory.
But you're getting the Shadowguard in trouble, right? So now the High Ambassador of the Sivilai Kingdom appears to have been kidnapped by the Shadowguard.
Indeed, it will be considered an internal matter.
How will it be considered an
Internal?
internal matter? They're a different place from you, isn't it?
Because the recent kidnapping, or re-kidnapping as it were, of former Princess Melina, a citizen of the Shadow Throne, it would not be considered unreasonable for another prominent person to be kidnapped
Right.
in exchange.
Oh, so that's allowed. All
It's,
right.
You know, like
These are
tit
parts
for
of the
tat.
articles and conventions of noble behavior.
All right. And you want
Noble people.
Survey Team 3 to do what?
Well, so we get to the complex bit now.
Oh, no.
Really? Now it's a complex bit?
What?
Fucking hell.
My
And
brain
there-
is not
there-
big enough for this.
There's a point where the emissary sort of like it's just watching you lot, just smiling, and then kind of like watching a bunch of soldiers be given a whole bunch of politics, and then sort of like it's just smiling at this, and then sort of stands up and goes, "Ambassador, by your will, may I?" And the ambassador says, "Yes, absolutely." And so she says, turns around and says, "We think it might be easier if a team of non-aligned people were to re-kidnap or fetch back Melina from where she's currently held
In Twilight's End.
in Twilight's End."
Where is Twilight's End?
Well, it's funny you mentioned that. I'd read about Twilight's End, but I didn't really know where it was, but I've discovered a map recently, and it is in the part of the lands east of the Tarim Range. And she's staring at the ambassador. East of the Tarim Range and bounded by ancient Nagduen. Turns out it's in these treaty lands that should never have been invaded. One of the reasons why the Shadowguard didn't just wade in is that would have started a war.
So
Full out, straight on war.
But we're not. We're aligned. We're from the Namandan Union.
Yes, you're unaligned in this conflict.
They're
And-
not part of the treaty.
Oh.
Well, you are part of the treaty, and by the terms of the treaty, you are obliged to enforce the treaty obligations.
Political situation is so confusing.
Here's what I'm saying, because I guess perhaps I gave this illusion just because I'm a nice person. But as the ranking member of the Namandan Union here, I'm ordering you to rescue Princess Melina from the Twilight's End encampment. You should probably look to do some research. Lord Diman here will provide you whatever information and intel you need. But the honor of the Namandan Union's on you, and you are probably one of our better special teams.
Oh.
I wouldn't have asked for you otherwise.
Wait, were you in on this as well from the beginning?
No, I was just concerned about my own personal protection, I must admit.
Okay.
Oh, not Taras. I'm a little bit disappointed, I have to say.
Just slightly less people.
But all right. What's in it for us?
You are obeying your orders?
And the mission's turning out slightly longer than we expected. Will there be additional compensation? Or I'm running out of intern.
You mean your salary?
Yeah, well, I guess there is bonus for like.
Your regular danger
overtime?
bonus that you get for active
Overtime?
service?
Is there like
I think what my companion here means to say is that, through the course of trying to get you back to safety, we have expended quite a bit of resources, such as intern. And in order to proceed with this new task,
yes.
we would need some,
Let's call it a mission, because that's what it is. I'll obviously square it away with your commanding officers. But as you recall, you were instructed to treat me as if I was a member of your...
Oh, yes. But
Right.
it doesn't change the fact that he can't cast spells if he has no intern.
Do you have no intern?
No, I've got a little bit.
How much intern do you have?
I've got hang
We've got
on.
about 15 grams left.
Yeah, I've got about 15 grams left.
There's a half a heartbeat where you then just hear Across say, as engaging as it is to hear your accountancy problems, I'm not going to let you guys go and try and rescue Princess Melina unless you're properly equipped and ready to go. So yeah, of course we're going to make sure you got what you need.
Yeah, that's what I
I mean,
want.
this is like, yeah, it's nice to watch you bicker, but don't worry about it. We've got you covered, right? I mean, you're going to be doing us a great favor by doing this.
And this is in the east.
In the east of where?
Where are we going?
Oh, you are going east from here. Yes,
yeah.
but it's going to be it's a journey. That's why we've got the ships. You're going to have to go overland. Once you've made it to Tarima, then we'll take the ship to Tarima. Then you're going to go overland. You've kind of got a choice. And he pulls out a map, and I'll share it with you guys in a minute. But let me. I'll put it in our chat. There you go. There's a map. So if you take a copy, check your phone.
Technology.
Hey.
Hey, man.
Sure, if you want to, the map's also the one that's currently on.
Oh, there we go. Barra's just going to surreptitiously pull up his family map from his pack and just compare it to this map.
Well,
See whether he recognizes any features.
just pull up.
Reach chat. There we go.
So, from a Paris map perspective, with the family map, so you do know that the Shadow Grove, right, is on the route down through where you want to be, and like this is, you see where the mountains are in that map.
Yeah.
So basically, I don't know. This is a player map, so I'm not entirely sure that everyone can see this, but nevertheless,
Just hold it up for a moment.
the entire area. Oh, there we go. So the entire area to the right of there, where that little skull and crossbones is, that little skull and crossbones is where Tarima is. Right. So
Here.
Oh, there we go. Alright.
Oh, yeah, so that's mentioned.
No.
Mm.
Alright. Hey, this map's awfully small. Do you have a bigger one by any chance that extends a little bit further in the east?
I mean, we do, but we don't normally hand out maps of.
Oh, no, I get lost easily. I don't have a sense of direction.
But you don't really need to go too much further east.
Oh, no, just in case.
Just in case what?
Just in case I get lost or I slip and fall.
If you slip and fall, Barra, I'll be sad personally.
Yeah, I know. So maybe give me a map.
You're going to need to have a better reason as to why you need a map of our territories. I can definitely, and have now, furnished you a map of how you get to Twilight's End. And then onwards to either Indara or Sagrana, which is where you'll be able to safely bring Princess Melina back to.
Right. Where did you get this map from, would you say?
Which one?
This one you just gave us?
The one my cartographers drew?
Yeah. Well, where can I find your photographer?
In any of the major cities, you could probably find a half-decent map.
Right.
But I mean, maps this good, they're pretty rare. I mean...
Okay.
And so you know that maps are of incredible strategic importance in this world.
Right.
So like often maps tend to be drawn, the way that we give directions, head down to the corner, take a left, then you'll see the Hokkien Mee place, take a right, but not the one with the yellow sign, the one with the blue sign, right? It's all very contextual,
Right.
as opposed to genuine, anything that's an actually usable map, right? Those
Right.
things are still very much manual and very error prone. So accurate maps of the world are rare and are very much held onto as state secrets.
I need to check. Kaman says these settlements or cities, Tarima, Twilight's End, Dawn's Edge, Indara. To whom do these cities belong?
Well, they should be part of the Shadow Throne
But now?
per this treaty. Now they are. And he sort of sighs and he stops and he goes, I can't really blame the people of these cities. I mean, they're all sailors and farmers and merchants and whatever. And you're not going to argue with, the likes of me and you walking in 20s and 30s and telling them what to do and where to stand. You're just going to go stand where you're told because you don't want 2 foot of steel in your gut. But I got a bone to pick with the lordlings and the nobility of these places that were told to keep them and defend them as part of the Shadow Throne. But these lands are ours. They're Shadow Throne lands, by treaty and by convention.
But practically right now?
I suspect you'll find a lot of people who are loyal to the throne there, but practically they're part of the Sivilai Empire. What Sivilai can
So it would not do... I look at Yrsa and the rest of you. So it would be useful for us to conceal our identities as members of the Namandan Union?
Yeah, I would think so.
Oh,
And then there's a point where the emissary looks at you and just kind of nods her head and kind of like you're the experts here, but yeah.
So we'll have to go incognito. Our search history will be unreadable.
I can do that.
Oh yeah, we gotta conceal our search history. Yeah, gotta hide it. Gotta delete it.
I have one big question for you. Why do they keep calling you a lord?
Because as embarrassing as it is, me and my blood brother, we're from the fancy end of town. So we're distantly in line for the throne of the Shadow Throne, but I mean distant, like it's 23 and 29 or and that's when we stops and he goes, poor McGrath. But
So you are like a prince?
What?
Princelet.
Princelet.
You know, because he's not
Political
a prince,
situation.
but he's like
Below that.
Princelet.
I'm still the same motherfucker you met yesterday.
Oh yeah. Hey, so if I wanted to get a map, so could you I'll have a conversation with you, alright? Like we'll have a few points.
Bring back Melina and I'll get you a map.
Oh yeah? Alright, yeah.
The other thing I need to ask is, are there any contacts that you know that maybe or are likely loyal to yourself? That
Right, I can, and we can definitely. We obviously have. we've suffered some losses in our spy network, but we're still active. And the hands of the Shadow Throne are not entirely sort of blind. If you'll apologize for the mixed metaphor, but we do know some people in both Terima and Twilight's End that'll be able to help. Depending on how you're gonna choose to do your activities, the only thing that cannot be done is this cannot be done by the Shadowguard. And it cannot be done by Shadowguard in any way that we can, even under being compelled to speak the truth, we must be able to walk the line that says no members of the Shadowguard were involved in this action.
Right.
Slightly confused about that, because as part of the Namandan Union, we're also part of the treaty.
Mm.
And the Shadowguard is also part of the treaty. So you're not going in because you're part of the treaty.
We're
But
not
so
going
are
in
we.
because even though we're part of the treaty, which would give us the right to, the Sivilai will use it as a valid reason to go to war. And they will just declare war straight away.
Right.
Whereas we barely have any relations with the Sivilai as the Namandan
Yeah,
Union.
well, like Twilight's End, otherwise known as Lost Now, Twin. See if there's anybody reacts.
Huh?
There's a crook of an eyebrow and says, I mean, not so much. I mean, Lost Nadwin's a long ways to the north. I mean, not a long way. It's probably a day's ride to the north.
Maps are imprecise.
There's a point where Akras looks at you. If you're looking at your map and you're bringing it out and looking at it carefully.
No, I'm sort of like, I'm looking at my memory.
Okay, yeah, it's fine. So, he won't know.
I turn to Ambassador Jamana. Ambassador Jamana, is there an underway route to any of these places?
The underway does carry through the mountains through Sivilai, and the capital of Sivilai itself sits inside the mountains near town of Sivilai. It's up high in the mountains. But beyond that, no, it's an overland route down there. And in fact, actually, the extension of the underway into this area of land was one of the things that was explicitly prohibited.
Well, the two of you know these lands best. What route do you recommend we take?
You're talking to Akras and
Across and Jamana.
And so Jamana doesn't. So Jamana defers to Akras and just says, she's travelled there, but as an ambassador, right? So you kind of go somewhere you've seen the maps. That's about it, right? But Akras looks at you and goes, "My gut says you've got a choice. You can strike overland and head over to the Tarim Mountains through the jungle, creep your way around the bottom and get to Tarima that way, or even just go straight across the mountains to Twilight's End. That's a dangerous journey. It's a mess.
Via the Carambir Way.
No. Karambir's a long way north of here. You don't go up there. That'll take you like 3 weeks out of your way.
Alright, fine.
That's like 500 miles north of here.
Okay.
How long would it usually take to get to Twilight's End?
That's the other way. The faster way would be to take a boat to Tarima.
Yeah.
Which is what we're doing, right?
Yeah.
That's an option. You can take a boat to Tarima, or you can go overland. It's kind of, like I say, you said your options, right? So I would take the boat to Tarima, and then from Tarima, it's probably about 300 miles north, through and across the Tarim range. Otherwise, you can travel through the hills via Dawn's Edge. There's a relatively well-trod motion path that way, because it's significantly less dangerous and more practical than crossing the mountains.
Okay.
But it will take you an extra week or two. So practically, you're talking about a month to get there.
Oh, I hope there is no time crunch on this mission.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it
Yeah.
time sensitive?
Is the princess
but
really old?
practically,
Like, how old is the princess? She's gonna, like, you think she'll stay alive for another month or so? Like, is she really old?
make a
Yeah.
insight check.
Alright,
A tech check.
what am I inciting? Insight, that would be 12.
He says, the princess is 24, so there's no, there's no rush in terms of natural aging, if that's what you're worried about.
Alright then.
The only rush is the fact that we seem to be careening towards a war.
Alright, let's go.
So obviously, anything you can do to make yourself faster, horses, donkeys, magic brooms if you've got them.
No, but I wouldn't mind if you can find me one.
I don't have a magic broom. I do have a ship down there though that'll get you to Turin.
Alright. What do you want to
You
say?
can't just pique people's interest this way.
I do want to ask all of you, what do you think our cover story should be?
Well, I'm really good at makeup. Yeah, the Lord Akris can tell you. I look at
Oh
it.
yeah, absolutely. I've never felt so free in my life.
Yeah, there we go.
Traders? Should we be traders?
Also, I thought we said we weren't going to fucking talk about that, Barra.
Did we? Oh man, I forgot. Sorry about that.
Well, you can. Okay, let's face it. You are a sea elf. You are blue. You have a gem in your head and another gem flying around
I
you.
grabbed the gem and
You're not exactly
in my
the most
pocket.
inconspicuous of people, unless you have some way of hiding how you look.
I could be... I could wear a hood and wrap a scarf around my face, and
In this weather,
lots of people hide their faces. The two of us are experienced sailors.
mm-hmm.
We could conceivably pass ourselves off as merchants.
But you did say that the sea was dangerous and wrong.
Yes, but it is I look at Akros, the fastest way
There's
to
a
get
point
there.
where, as you said that, it sort of like looks over and goes, "Seas what?"
A premonition. There's something wrong with the sea. But you did mention it is the fastest way to get there.
All right. I
Wait.
mean, this lets you go in a pretty straight line. You won't have to go in and out of the Marabanda, like all the way along the cliffside, and then probably 200-300 miles out of your way.
Let's go, come on.
Do you have you mentioned you have a boat you can provide us?
All right, we've got
Yeah.
2 fast ships down there right now. One of which we'll head back to with the ambassador. The other will be available to drop you. And in fact, if this is your plan, I will arrange with the captain to rig it so it doesn't look like there's no obvious sign that it's one of ours.
If you could provide us with documents, that would I look at the
What
Gambit
documents would
emissaries.
you like from Lord across the man of Duskholm?
Forged documents
Oh.
for identity.
But- Okay, I'll be honest with you. Forging documents is not really my.
I look at the other emissaries.
And they also look at you and sort of like,
We need to pretend to be merchants, if anybody else.
and the emissary says, I can obviously write you a writ of merchantry. I mean, like, you know, you could be from the Namandan Union, but surely that would implicate the Namandan Union here.
I see.
And then we would also have to find things to trade, you know? I don't want to be lugging turnips all around the place.
Smugglers. We could be smugglers. We could be criminal smugglers, smuggling something to Twilight's. And
You know, let's just get on the ship, figure out what's wrong with the sea, and go rescue a princess.
last question across is this: do you have a contact in Twilight's and we could smuggle something too?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Do you have a contact, a spy, or something in Twilight's and we could smuggle something too?
Ahead of time.
What?
Ahead of you. As in, you want to get something there before you get there.
Oh no, as in so that we sort of have an idea of something. Basically, if someone asks, we can say that we're carrying this item
Ah.
to.
Oh, I see. Like, you're going to pose as smugglers.
Yes.
Why?
Yeah.
Then we'll get into trouble with law enforcement.
But then where are we from and why are we
We're from the
traveling
Sivilai
there?
Kingdom. We just pretend we're from the Sivilai Kingdom.
Okay, good.
I'm
enough.
We could just be, you know,
Yeah,
adventurous.
adventurous.
Hunters.
I'm clearly overthinking
Explore.
this.
That's why I'm overthinking this. Come on,
On
then,
holiday.
weirdo.
Yeah, I just figured you were going to, like, pretend to be adventurous, go there, kill everybody you met, and grab Melina. Don't kill her, and then bring her back.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
Like normal
do you
adventurers.
have a picture of this Melina? I mean, you know, how would we know it's her?
Yes, and so a few moments pass, and you see Jemana move her hands a certain way, and you recognize this is the incantation for a small silent image, which will then appear in front of you, and you see a nice 2D spinning hologram appear in front of you, like a coin almost, right? On which you get the left and the right kind of views of a slightly reddish skinned hobgoblin woman. Like, but again, as we said before, everybody here is, there's a lot of mixing. So as a result, there's some features that are certainly humanish. There's a slight cast to the ears. There's a certain heaviness to the jaw. So, but again, still a sort of, very regal looking, young hobgoblin woman.
Okay, so thank you for that picture. It is very good. Is there something that we can tell her or show her to prove that we have come from you?
Aye, absolutely. And the ambassador begins to sort of unwind this small. By the time you get it off, it's a small beaded necklace. Sort of, it's quite long, but it's actually wound around one of her limbs. So it's quite tight. So it looks like a bracelet, but she sort of takes off. And it's about 4 foot long beaded necklace made of slight sort of amber beads, then spaced out with little red wooden dyed kind of like spaces all the way around, and in a small gold clasp. And she goes, she'll recognize this. And she'll know that certainly I've sent you.
Okay.
Do we know where she's being held in Twilight's End?
I have no information for that. Though I imagine, Agras sort of says, I imagine the spy master you'll bump into in Tarim will be able to tell you this. I'll give you, when we're done here, I'll introduce you to Ellen from the team. And Ellen will tell you about what we know and who we can introduce you, certainly in Tarima, that we know are loyal to us, and get yourself situated. But yeah, that's what we've got. I mean, we don't know too much about what the hell's going on in Twilight's End right now, and certainly I don't, because I've been out here trying to plan this stuff. Yeah, I hope she's all right.
All right.
Can I insight check to see how he feels about her?
Sure you can.
Yeah, let's try that. Okay, I rolled a 2. Never mind.
No.
He's concerned slightly, maybe. I don't know.
He's probably just sad about Mokra.
Ramji, I'm a cartographer. How much longer, and I've been on cartography expeditions, how much longer would it take if we took the overland route versus the sea?
About 5 days more, maybe. And that's with your all being able to move through the jungles without any issues whatsoever. Like, the sea route is pretty straight.
Okay.
Right. The overland route, on the other hand, would, once you've got to the sea route to Tarima, you still have to then go and deviate around the mountains. The overland route he was proposing would go straight across the mountains. So although you'd take 5 days more to go to Tarima, you could in theory cut straight across the mountains in a straight line. And so your net time would be maybe about the same. Certainly you wouldn't be anywhere nearly as visible, because no one's hanging out on top of a mountain just looking for people crossing the mountains. But also it's probably the more risky and difficult way of doing it.
I do ask the party about this. What do y'all think?
Let's go by the sea. The sea, man, the sea.
All right.
Well,
Does your intuition says that, like, is it worth the risk?
It's just I'm thinking if it's going to take the same amount of time. And
you're saying it's going to take the same amount of time?
to reach Twilight's End.
But the guy just said it would be shorter. And we went by the sea.
No,
God.
he did mention that it would take about the same amount of time to reach Twilight's End if we cut through the mountains.
Oh, really? I thought it was a lot further.
Look, I used to live in the mountains, right? And there's a reason that my people were very popular, because people wanting to travel through the mountains would employ us to bring them through. It's not a safe place. Mountains are dangerous, So they might be mountains, but they're not the mountains I grew up in.
Yeah, listen to her. Come on, let's go by the sea. Come on, you're a sea elf.
We might be fortunate and find, people like my villagers who can help, but we cannot bet on that. We don't know the terrain here. I know you have a bad feeling about the sea, and I respect that bad feeling. But at the same time, it's either we add on more time and travel the safe route, hope we go there, find, mountain orcs that can bring us through the mountains, or whatever race, I don't know, they could be.
Well, and avoid the Sivilai people, of
And
course,
avoid the
because
Sivilai
that's
people?
where Sivilai's capital is.
So both ways are dangerous.
Both
I
ways
mean-
are dangerous.
Yeah.
But one is faster. I guess.
Come on, there's a princess to rescue. Let's go.
I guess we'll go talk to Ellen.
Regardless, look, you should probably go talk to Alan. I think we should let the emissary and the ambassador get back to their conversation, and I can get back to my paperwork.
Yeah.
I will wish you guys luck. I wish I could be there with you.
I
I really
turn
do.
back
Thank you.
to
We will miss
emissary
you.
Mark.
I mean, sure, but I just wanted to go kill some people that stole Melina.
Ooh.
I mean, don't get me wrong. You guys are alright.
Emissary Taras, I have a question.
Hmm.
If something should happen to me or my team, can we expect it from the Namandan Union, or are we disavowed?
I mean, that's an interesting question to ask. Plausible deniability surely is one of the things that you first learn about when you join a special team.
I know. I just wanted to confirm how much of a shit we are in.
I mean, situational.
Okay then.
I sure. Hey, how about this? We're looking for lost Najran. We're adventurers looking for lost Najran.
Oh,
I like
yeah,
the
it's
idea.
really just to the north, apparently.
Okay, yeah.
That's a good idea.
Actually, that's not terrible. That
Yeah.
really is not bad at all.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, I'm going to do some research on Lost Nigel. Why do people go there? To, like, for buried treasure?
Usually because they think they can go and find the ancient treasures of
Oh, yeah, all
the
right.
dragon monarchs or the Nagdrin family themselves from even longer ago. Practically, I think they're into a hiding to nothing. I mean, because there's lots of things there that, they're quite keen on your visit.
Yeah, let's go.
But I also, as a kid, I used to try and have little fantasies of running into ancient Nagdrin and finding the crown of the dragon monarchs myself.
Crown of the Dragon Monarch.
Before I realised it'd be fucking horrific if I wanted to be the dragon monarch. It'd be a nightmare. Can you imagine that? Ruling over a population of like 6 million people.
Oh,
It'd be an
wow.
absolute disaster.
When you say dragon monarchs, were they actual dragons or just, people who look like dragons?
Well, the stories say that they were all dragons, but I don't think they were. I think they were people who also, maybe they were dragonborn, maybe they were mechs, maybe some of them were dragons. Maybe there was like it's hard to know. But practically, he relates to a story that's been echoed in the Namandan Union in different ways, but has been corrupted over time. He tells you about how many, many years ago, and it's unclear whether this is pre-cataclysm or pre the calamity or not, but many years ago, after Nagdrin was destroyed, which is a long time ago, there was a period where Carambir and the Tarim Range and the Shadow Throne and all of that area from the mountains all the way across were one nation called Carambir. Right? And Carambir was ruled by the Dragon Monarchs. And the Dragon Monarchs were supposedly all things to all people and incredibly powerful and wise and noble and just and great to the peasantry, but also fair to the merchants. All these things that there's a certain world weariness about him as he says this, right?
Hey, fairy tales.
But I think that's probably it. I mean, don't get me wrong, right? But the burden of rulership is not easy, and not everybody bothers taking time to think about fucking anybody. So I'd imagine 6 million people is a lot of people to think about. So they did the standard thing and thought about 30. But regardless, and he sort of carries on explaining how at some point there was a schism within the family, and the then Dragon Monarch gave his crown to be taken away and cast into the sea at the ruins of Nagdrin, so that his arguing children would be unable to inherit the whole of Carambir, and so it split into 4 nations. Karth, the city-state of Karth, the Shadow Throne, the Shadow Grove itself, Carambir to the north and Port Somersby, and then the Kingdom of Sivilai. And you get the impression that was a few hundred years ago, maybe slightly more than that, right? So that everything gets vague in history because of around the time of the cataclysm and the mess. it all just goes to shit. The written record gets mixed up, and stories and myth intertwined. So he's not entirely sure either. But certainly the crown of the Dragon Monarch hasn't been seen in a long time, and it's very recognizable. It's a bright red, sort of metallic crown, almost as lustrous as ruby itself, within which are inlaid different gems, like 4 of them, right? Each representing one of the countries of the ancient Carambir.
So I take it for centuries there have been idiots who have been trying to find it.
Oh, every treasure hunter and foolish teenager with dreams like myself have had a good old pop at it. Fortunately, I didn't succeed.
Have you been there?
Aye, I've been to. I mean, you'd struggle to find anybody from the Shadow Throne who's not had a little passing attempt to make themselves well known in the ruins of Nagjuan. Though, fortunately, I think I turned tail with my group relatively quickly early on. I was a young man.
Oh, what did you encounter that made you think of
We were 14, so we encountered probably things right now that wouldn't make me fart. But back then, like, they were terrible. It was night terrors and everything else. We probably got to maybe a whole 25 miles near the place, so I can't imagine we saw a lot. Probably a will-o'-the-wisp scared us, thinking about it back then.
Sky, we've got a princess to rescue.
Right, let's go see Alan.
Yeah, it's a little bit out of your way, but if your cover story is to be you're going there, you wouldn't be amiss. It's a pretty normal thing for adventuring parties and kids and various other people to do. Just look a bit more stupid than you normally do. Not you, Barra, you're fine. But because you'll it's clearly a one-way journey. Most people will tell you.
Perfect. And who is Alan?
Oh, fair. Alan's a member of my squad. Well, the extended squads that are here. For the sake of the conversation, spy master, if that helps.
Right.
I mean, it's not what she is, but it's not.
Do we have any more questions for the emissary and the ambassador?
Let's go.
Let's go.
And so the emissary says, well, best of luck. Your rendezvous will be either in Indara or Sagrana. And use one of your... she says, sort of reaches into her pocket and says, use this, and hands you a scroll.
Pass it to Kaman.
Okay. This is a...
It's a sending scroll.
Right.
You can let either... I think probably it's best to let me know, but if for some reason I'm not able to respond to that message, it can be used twice. So then let your immediate superior know. So that'll be either Jembadar or probably in fairness it would be Subador Baksha. That's your commanding officer. So she's saying the people you let know, by the way, just for clarity, are the Namandan Union.
Okay. And our extraction contact in each of these cities?
I think that's going to be part of the briefing that, and this isn't him speaking, I think that's part of the briefing that Alan will give you. I don't have those details. We compartmentalize this stuff.
So we'll send a message once we have the princess.
And where you're going to.
Right. And then we'll get a message on where to extract to.
Yeah.
All right.
There's no point telling you now, because if you get caught.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go.
We go see Alan.
Good luck. You'll probably leave today or tomorrow. So if I don't see you before you go, it's been a pleasure. Really.
It's good to meet you. I extend a hand to clasp his,
Big meaty kind of warriors club.
small goblin.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like that.
We shake.
You're a worthy leader.
As are you. I think. I don't know. I mean, I didn't really see you lead. I just saw you get left behind.
I appreciate the intention. Yeah, I know. Fuckers left behind now. It's funny that.
Like, Princelet. Who leaves behind the Princelet? That's not okay.
No,
I guess they thought
they were under orders.
I guess.
Getting Japan out was more important.
Okay, so, bro, don't forget about the map.
Right.
And if you see my mother, just say hi.
shakes his head and just goes, "Be off with you, please." And
Get out.
kind of carries back to his paper and starts just a completely, obviously related but different conversation with the ambassador and the emissary, and you feel that you've been dismissed. Over to you guys. You've basically been ushered out of the meeting between the emissary, the ambassador, and the Cross, and are stood back outside with the burly orc guards again.
Right.
And it's over to you.
I look at the guards. I take it you're going to show us to Ellen.
Or we could find her ourselves.
Yeah.
Ellen!
Okay. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh no.
I think Cheryl's deaf now.
Sorry, Cheryl.
There's a bit of an echo here, but yeah. But nevertheless, and one of them looks over and says, "I think you'll find Ellen's waiting for you over there."
All right.
And as you look across that little square, in fact, as she stood outside that heavy stone building with the pointed cornices and stuff, is 1 foot kind of on the wall, 1 foot there, looking for, like as if there was no care in the world, is a 5'5" tall or so half dwarf, with kind of like pale light greenish skin. So it's not rare for dwarves and orcs to have children, and this is a half dwarf half orc, so there's a couple of like extended underbite teeth that have grown out, but nevertheless a 5'5" or so, short for a orc, tall for a dwarf.
That's both well.
A long sort of like dark hair is pulled into a ponytail. It's a little bit greasy, but still maintained, and a light sort of beard, like sort of not too long, but just sort of like slightly curly.
Everything's just right.
All the way out. No, it's a bit scraggly.
Okay.
Like it's a bit scraggly. I mean, like although there's sort of definitely a bit tended to,
Right.
but not unattractive. Not
Hipster.
attractive. Yeah, just like a bit, forgettable is probably the word.
All right.
Oh.
And in fact, there's a lot that's forgettable about Ellen as you walk over and sort of like introduce yourself. You see that there is perhaps that most valuable commodity in a spy, even for somebody that's half orc, half elf, which is that there's just nothing remarkable about her. There's nothing that makes you go, "Oh, right, yes, and then the natural sentence of description that would come by where you'd say, "Oh, yes, sort of Lisa over there," or here or whatever. You'd say something about them. In this case, there's just nothing that. Yeah, I guess there are half orc. That's it. Anyway, so along those lines, looks up at you and says, yes, you must be the party that I have to help acquire your next steps on this journey. Is this correct?
Yes.
You
Yes.
have
That is
agreed.
us.
You have
Yeah.
agreed to your mission. Everything is under.
We
Sort of.
will.
Ordered
I
into
don't
Yeah.
care, Isabel. You're here. It's all fine.
All right.
Come.
All right.
Yes,
Yrsa.
you're underway. Okay, it's fantastic. Okay, well.
I just whisper. I just message.
Hello, Luna House. Thank you for following.
Hey.
Hello, Ben
Huh?
Tere. Thank you for following.
Hey.
Hello, Brujas. Thank you for
Hosting.
Yay.
Hey.
Okay.
Short
Okay,
commercial
first
break. Okay, so I do a message to Yrsa. Gosh, yeah, her accent's really weird. As a goblin, can you place it?
You do know that when you speak message the spell, you actually say it out loud, yeah?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
what
yeah.
about
No,
that?
I'm right here. I
sorry.
can see your lips
You're
moving.
just
I
so
can.
unforgettable. I'm
hear
sorry.
you
Oh, I
clearly.
mean, I meant to say, it's just it's
what?
hard to notice.
I
my
accept the
friend-
compliment as an apology. Thank you.
Alright, yeah,
It's helpful in my line of
Okay.
work.
So where are you from? Well, you sound kind of weird.
It's not particularly important. But nevertheless, let me help you get set up on your next steps because otherwise. But my background in history, as you can imagine, in my line of work is not helpful to anyone to know.
Okay, what accent are you affecting right now?
Yes, indeed.
What? We've never heard it before. Is it native to the area we'll be going to?
No, but it could be. I mean, this accent is probably a little bit further north. I spent many of my earlier years up near Darchandar, up in the Darnese Highlands. I suppose it is where some of this comes from.
I see.
I want to learn that.
Mm-hmm.
Good character.
Yeah.
Right, anyway.
but I'm not affecting anything significantly anyway.
Okay.
Well, just to let you know, Alan, we're a group of adventurers heading up to look at the ruins of Lost Najwan.
Yes, that is exactly as I'd heard. I will be able to provide you some basic paperwork, and more usefully than that, I think, on the course of our trip to
Lost Najwan.
no, I meant on the course of our trip to Tarima.
Tarima.
Yes, Tarima, that's correct. I will ensure that you have the appropriate identity paperwork for your.
What's my name? What's my name? What am I going to be?
What would you like your name to be?
I don't know. Something really glamorous like
I'm thinking,
Korea.
it should be something similar to your own name, so you won't forget. In case we call you by it, then you're like.
All right. What suggestions do you have?
Barramunda.
Barramanda. That's what I want to be called. That's my secret identity. No,
It
people
sounds like a
suspect it's me.
longer version of.
No. You can be a.
Carmen San Diego, yes.
Carmen San Diego. I love it. And Yrsa, you can be a. Yrsa.
Yrsa.
Or Yrsa.
Yrsa.
Yrsa. Or Yrsa. The sea witch. I don't know why.
The what?
No, there were these legends when we were about this witch called Yrsa.
It is probably not essential that we work this out now, because I will probably need you to tell me your names later again anyway when I have.
All right.
something.
Barramanda.
Sorry.
But you have your time. It is fine. It's okay.
All right. Yeah.
Perhaps an impulse decision is not
No.
the wisest. So you never know. I mean, it is entirely up to you. You are the specialist here. I am a mere functionary,
All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
a facilitator, one might say.
Sure. So, as for supplies, we were told by across the Lord Demand that we would be receiving supplies for our journey ahead too.
If there are specific supplies that you will need, I mean, it is not like we carry ridiculous amounts of other things, but if you have no intan, we have some intan. If you need some...
I do need some intan.
I too need some intan. Lord Barramanda would need some intan.
Okay, I can certainly issue a standard sort of like unit of intan or two. This is not your problem. Sure.
Okay.
So my companions here are familiar with the sea. They used to be sailors, but this is going to be my first sea voyage. I'm a bit not sure of how it will go. If I fall in, will I die?
Come, let us, and she sort of indicates the door that's sort of behind her and says, let us come sit down and we will briefly discuss a few critical items for you.
Like life jackets.
Well, we go to the room. I'm just like, hey, what about you, Kay? What's your name gonna be? Like Kay.
No.
Kay.
See, I know.
Kano. All right.
That's a good one. I like that.
Kano. Oh, I like that. Yeah. Okay.
So there's as you step inside this room, it's actually quite large. Maybe it used to be like the town hall or something like that. It's a very simple, large, vast sort of like, hey, today.
Thanks for subscribing. Yeah, shout out to Chai. All right.
So our as you come into this beautiful.
Hello.
On my own, me and Cheryl can do it. But as you sort of step into this room, and it's potentially maybe the village meeting hall, something like that. It's a slightly raised kind of part of it at the far end. You can imagine maybe they used to do a village dance here or something a while ago. It's not. It's not a tiny room. It's not a huge room. It's pretty empty right now. There's a couple of long tables in it and some benches, and seating herself at these tables. Ellen says, "Please, take a moment to sit, and pulls out a sheaf of papers and a bunch of other things with her, and also a small bag, and then from which sort of hands you a thin but substantial roll of intan, and same for you. And same for you. You will find that to be about 15 grams of intan.
Yes.
It's a reasonable amount. It's enough that will keep you going for a bit, but it's not it's no more than you would expect as a military ration. It's not it's not like a generous thing, but it's
Every time you use it is 1 gram, right?
every time you use it, it's 1 gram.
Every level
Every level of a spell.
of
Yeah.
a spell. If you use a cantrip,
Oh,
it's
cantrip.
In your case, it's
Mine is just for my goggles.
It's just for the goggles. Yeah,
Yeah.
you've got plenty now.
Okay.
Yeah, cantrips are free. And for folks at home who are watching who don't know what that is, we use a physical commodity that's in addition to your spell components here called intan. It kind of represents a precious resource in our world that you need to power magic, and is one of the reasons why nations and empires go after each other, is to secure their intan supply. So the players are not immune to this either, and therefore they also need their intan to get all their specific arcane spells and clerical spells working. So, and Ellen says, here, and she sort of hands over something. She says, this is a letter of recommendation to a merchant by the name of Sihir Tabak. His name is here, and she points out where it's written, YFIR and the letter basically reads, dear Merchant Tamar, it was fantastic having you in the capital of Sivilai last year. I wanted to recommend a particular group of adventurers who actually were fantastic guards for me as I traveled through this mountainous region on a trip to the Namandan Union. They were excellent guides and adventurers and did their duties most diligently. Something like that, right? I mean, this sort of along the lines of more flowery language, perhaps, right? There is you see that there is a suitable enough spacing in the way this is written that your names can be interjected as long as they're not too long, right? So if you were to attempt to put it's a bit like those annoying passport forms that only have 12 character names. I have a 13 character surname, and you sit there and you go, what am I supposed to do with the extra one, right? So yes, it's a similar kind of problem. And so looks into we can fill this in with the appropriate details, but the key point here is that you will be able to meet Sihir Tabak, and he is not he is a sympathizer, but he is not in the active resistance. This is an important concept because you must not let him find out anything that will allow him to be caught and put to death or similar. Meaning that he is not a spy. He is not an agent. He is a sympathizer, so we often will use his merchant caravan to smuggle goods or people at times. In this case, you will be taking the role of guards for this caravan. His regular guards will have potentially called in sick or have taken another job. It's up to him for him. He will inform you at the time. This is the usual way this is done. Anyway,
who's this letter supposed to be from?
This letter, it's signed from, it's actually signed from Jukara Entaros. Jukhara Entaros.
Who's this? Just so we can, beef up our
Slowly, please.
Yes, sorry, pardon me. It's Jukhara
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just thrilled someone's taking notes on my D&D games. So,
we're all taking notes.
so it's lovely. Jukara is Ellen looks at you and says, well, yes, here we come to one of these fun things. Jukara Entaros is the name of the half-brother of Lord Centranvir Entaros, who is the current crown prince of the Sivilai kingdom. It is a little bit playing with fire, but the only scenario this becomes an issue is where somebody were to both look at your letter of reference and then wish to check up on it in extensive detail. In fairness, there was a trip that was taken. It is very unlikely that Jukara has any idea who the guards were on that trip. So there would have to be a huge amount of cross-correlation. It's a pretty robust alibi, but, I wouldn't use that name in vain, since it's an element of danger. Just get to Yafir and let him deal with everything else from that perspective.
Speaking of being guards who are adventurers, look at our green cloaks. We should replace anything that would identify us as part of the Namandan Union, shouldn't we?
Of course. But basically, outside of the green cloaks, your armor and everything looks like regular armor.
My armor is also, my breastplate is Namandan Union issued.
Like, it does look like if anybody had a significant understanding of the Namandan military, you would look like you're in the Namandan military. Otherwise, you would just look like soldiers in fatigues. So there's an element of you'll still look like soldiers at that point. So you need to think about maybe making yourself not look so uniform.
So
uniform, good word.
Come on, us, Ellen. Could we maybe trade in some of our armor, like for like? If you have any stock.
Of course, but I worry that you will end up with looking just like members of the Shadowguard. Very even to find members of the Shadowguard who are able to have small enough size fit. Whereas you can see most of my colleagues are behemoths.
Yeah, what is with that? You just recruit from the big and tall department, is it?
They're growing big over in Shadowholm, it seems.
What is in the water?
Maybe it's B vitamins.
Right, yeah. No worries, guys. I'll take care of this.
Helps with bone formation.
You mentioned the Yafir Kama wants us to, or rather we will be escorting his caravan. But from where to where?
Yeah, so he's been instructed to go via Dawn's Edge to Twilight's Edge, and then based on any deviation that you will need, you may speak with him. But he will be traveling by default, as it were, to Dawn's Edge and the hills, and then along from Dawn's Edge to Twilight's End. It's roughly, a total journey of about 270 miles.
Right.
So it will take you about maybe 10 days or so.
So first we have to get to Tarimar and travel to Dawn's Edge, and then we'll travel with his caravan to Twilight's End.
Well, you'll meet the caravan. Well, you meet Yafir Tamar in Tarimar.
Tarimar, right.
We hope, anyway. I mean, if things go wrong, things go wrong. But practically, he should be there.
All right then. No worries, guys. I can take care of the costume department. Look what I found in the hut. A sewing kit.
I'm already fashionable.
It's true. I don't know how you do it. It's amazing. Good stuff.
Well, anyway,
I take the green cloak and maybe a grey cloak.
who are you asking?
I asked Ellen while looking at Barra. You changed the color of my cloak.
Because we all have these clothes.
You have dyes in your disguise kit.
I've got dyes in my
things you can
disguise kit. What colour you want to be?
Yeah, mine too.
Right.
Too much wool.
Yeah.
Too much wool.
All right, come on, guys.
We can certainly, and also, if you replacement cloaks, basic things like this, we can manage. People wearing black cloaks or dark cloaks is not particularly suspicious. Also, you do not look incredibly uniform, though you two do appear to be wearing your parents' pajamas, which I think is most amusing, but very fashionably worn. But nevertheless, beyond that, just keep Merchant Tamar safe. I mean, there's no reason to overly involve him. He is a wealthy, merchantman from Syria who has been very, amenable to our requests.
How trustworthy do you think he is?
He hasn't fucked us so far.
He's still a merchant, and merchants tend to be, motivated by money.
We pay him well.
So he's completely not in the know on our mission.
That is one of the reasons why I'm not so worried.
Good.
He just knows that he'll be getting more guards,
Mm-hmm.
and he's used to these requests.
Excellent. Nobody mentioned the princess to this man.
Who?
Exactly. Well done.
You will and you should have something, a small chest or some other item as a decoy, which he will then think is the reason why you have been sent on this mission, to escort her, just to ensure that there is no, well, why is they here but nothing else? You are the mission, but if you were to imply otherwise.
No, to contain an item that. No, Barra, it's a decoy to make people think there's something precious inside.
May I have a cloak, please?
Yes, absolutely. We will equip you with our own about as we go.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just glad to have an excuse not to wear this anymore. This tropical weather, wear clothes, what the shit.
It's okay.
You're not wrong, baby. Today, you are not wrong at all. Nothing.
I'll switch to a dark set of clothes and armor.
Yeah, I mean, this is all. Ellen seems not at all worried about getting this stuff sorted on the boat.
Okay.
And she's like, "Is there anything else is important for you?" I mean, I think it is primarily going to be arable farmland with the occasional bits of woods.
Sure.
Given that you are used to the Marabanda, it should be far more tame. It is unlikely that you will encounter members of the company, but if you do, treat them respectfully and stay out of their way.
Which company? There's so many in this camp. Who do you want us to be respectful to?
Everyone?
There's a moment where she looks at you, sort of scans and goes, I forget that you are not from here. The company are merchants from the Dark Confederacy. They're yes, it's the countries to the north. Where my accent is from, remember you asked? Very far to the north. Anyway, the Conham Company. It is founded and chartered. They are expansive merchants, and they are significant power in a lot of these cities. So, in general, they tend to stay out of these things. They're just interested in the money and the commerce.
The company from the Dark Confederacy, would you say that, they function on the black market?
The Dark. D-A-R.
Damn it, I thought I made a great pun.
Oh no, I thought you did great, leader. I thought it was
So
really
embarrassed
good.
right now.
Thanks for trying.
Really, really
I'll
good.
hide my face. Goodbye.
Yeah. Alright, so, alright.
It's more of a grey area, I would think.
Great. And so, all like,
Moving on.
so how will we recognize
It gets into a pun for in Asia. Sorry.
how will we recognize the members of the Dark Confederacy?
I mean, that is a huge nation.
Well, they're like surrounded by like blue light.
In general, the company are like they're just people who have a job. So you'll meet a merchant and they will introduce themselves, and maybe they have an accent, maybe they otherwise, but they will say, "Oh yes,
Yeah.
and I represent the interests of the company."
Do
So
they have sigil or some kind of mark?
yes, and she reaches into her bag and pulls out a small book and opens it to a particular page and shows you a couple of logos, sort of heraldic symbols of things that don't immediately look naturally convenient for you guys. Like, it's not like the usual heraldry of the South, right? So it's a bit more sort of lions rampant kind of stuff, right? And
Sort
so
of fish on a musical note.
well, one of them is a sheath of wheat.
Right.
Yes. There is a strange one that it seems to be some kind of odd creature that's like a fish and something else,
musical note.
right? No, it's not a musical note. It's
Okay.
It's like a weird giant fish titan creature of some sort.
Oh,
Does the sheaf of wheat match the one inside the locket?
Sheath of wheat does match the one inside the locket.
Which locket? What locket?
how did you were given?
Oh.
Yes, sir.
By the
No, by that lady. You know, in the blue
I
light.
take out the locket to compare. Wait, where is this place? I pointed at the one the sheep.
This is one from, I think, north of Cornim, which is maybe a few thousand miles away from here, maybe slightly less than that, but
what, 3,000?
maybe slightly less. I don't know. It's a good distance, though. I mean, I've never been there. It's that far away, and I've traveled a fair amount.
And when I look at the double fish monster thing, does it remind me of anything? Like, is it like Boldar's symbols in any way?
I honestly can't remember what Buldar's symbol looks like, but yes,
Okay.
I mean, I think so. I think the intention is that it's it's basically some of the iconography of the old dark community collective. Right. So they then are obviously broken back out into some sort of guilds and various other things like that. And so some of the heraldry stayed in place.
Okay.
So back from those old things. So certainly the sheath of wheat. Sheath of wheat. Sheath of wheat. Sheath of wheat.
Sheath of wheat.
Sheath of wheat. Is one of those symbols. Yes.
Okay.
Wait. For the benefit of our viewers, who is Boldar?
Boldar.
None of you know who Boldar is. Carry on.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you know Boldar. You know who Boldar is. You know who Boldar is.
He's,
That's right.
He's
Yeah,
one of the deities in this world, which has been taken over by savage energies ever since various cataclysms have happened, and so there isn't a lot of worship of very clearly defined gods and deities. They more worship the elements, but Boldar is very much connected to water, and there is a Boldar's whirlpool somewhere on,
Buddha's Wrath, right?
like a whirlpool called Boldar's
Wrath, yeah.
somewhere on the map. So I mean, he's very much connected to the idea of water, and my people would have worshipped him because I come from a little village which is near the sea and the surf. Which is my hometown.
Down under.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
up north.
Up over.
Yeah.
Up over, indeed, up over Nagaranda way. Yes, thank you. That's actually a good point. I forgot that your people and growing up, you were very much involved in the cult of Boldar. But Boldar, and generally the gods are not well known by people. Huh?
Nothing cultist.
Cultist. Heresy. Wrong game. Blam. Now, beyond that sort of elementism, yes, oh yes, you were asking for some cloaks, and we can absolutely solve this on the boat. Is there anything else or that you will need?
Let's go save the princess.
I think that's.
Let's save the
Wait.
princess. The princess.
If
The
they-
prince. You know, they just told us about it. The princess. You know, we're not supposed to talk about the princess.
No.
The-
We need a code word now. So instead of saving the princess, we need to protect the chest. Okay? So every time you say protect the chest, we know that you're trying to save the princess.
Who of us is holding the chest? Barra's holding the chest.
Well, not very. I am very strong. I'll hold the chest.
I am very. I borrowed your.
Oh yeah. All right, you can hold the chest. All right then, let's go. Protect the chest.
Exactly.
Yes, you catch on quick. So, there's a bit more preamble, a couple of other things. Shows you a couple of code words and phrases that will help authenticate you. With like, if you did bump into somebody who was a sympathizer, there's a way of recognizing another sympathizer. But on the whole, you're asked to keep your head low and make your way up and get your business done. Sorry.
Got a question. Is the
Ooh.
princess
Is she pretty?
Is who pretty?
The princess, I believe.
Oh, I see. Is the princess pretty? I think that's a beholder's eye thing. I mean, she's
So that means it's a no.
a tall, noble-looking hobgoblin lady. They've only seen a silent image of the princess so far. She certainly seems regal.
Yeah, I think she's Barra's type. Barra likes authoritative seeming noble women.
Certainly seems to be so. Yes, indeed. It's like I had a good long look at Ambassador Jemana, going, I'm not sure. I feel like I should be, but I'm just not sure how that would work.
And we've been followed by a curved sword.
Yay! Thanks, Council.
Yeah.
Come alongside Titan women.
Me too, Barra, me too. Fantastic.
Well, let's go.
Awesome. And so, Ellen says, well, if there's nothing else, I will see you on the boat. The next tide will be this evening at 8 p.m. So we will cast out in the dark. This will be fine for everybody that's involved in the ship, but I suggest you get yourself situated on the ship earlier rather than later. Situated.
All right.
That means in position.
You're weird.
To your place.
All right. Yeah. Thanks for that.
Really, I think you may want to consider the fact that your friend is a mute.
I think that would be very hard to consistently, enforce.
What are you
We want
boys
cut out
talking
his
about?
tongue. No, perhaps
No,
not.
no.
What are you talking about?
He's
Okay.
our bad. He's our bad. It's not possible.
This is
She is inspiring sometimes. He is inspiring
I'm a boy.
sometimes.
We keep
Just
saying
talking about me.
misgendering.
that's right. I see what
Anyway.
I've said there. Well, your burdens to bear, but just do be
Very
careful.
much.
Your burdens to bear.
Alan,
Let's go.
Yes.
Ellen?
Good.
I told this
Sadly,
story.
beyond the boat, I will not be coming with you, and so I will miss out on the
Sadly.
rest of your company. But I do wish you well. I have some more work to do. Please be on the boat no later than 6 p.m. It's now like 10 in the morning. So you got a good chunk of time if you want to spend the time on anything. Otherwise, we can kind of move on a little bit. Ellen sort of pretty much again sort of puts the stuff on the table, hands you over the papers that you need to show you roughly the map that I sent you, a couple of bits and pieces, names, and then says well, whenever it's convenient for you.
Right.
we take the time to familiarize ourselves with the dossier that she's given us, so to speak.
Yeah.
And also to just make sure that our gear doesn't have any Namandan Union items. So swap them out
I'm definitely
for
leaving behind my
generic
green cloak.
stuff. Yeah.
Did we?
Mine's burnt.
Did we want to check out the lighthouse?
Yes!
Yeah.
Of course, Kim.
I mean,
Anything else?
I just spend time customizing a beautifully a yellow and purple costume for myself.
Nice, unobtrusive yellow and purple costume.
Yeah.
You managed to find actually, but if Barra's both got very high observations, quite sneaky. So you managed to look around and you find that actually there's a couple of these places that have got some old bed sheets, and there's some other kind of there's a couple of fancier places that have got a couple of curtains and stuff.
Yeah.
So you managed to grab a
Sound of music.
wardrobe's worth of stuff. Yeah, indeed. Right. So you absolutely can go the full.
All right. Okay. Anybody else? I'm a paladin.
Barra, what are you wearing?
Of what? Clownfish? Sorry, that was me.
Really?
That was me.
Paladins of Nemo. So
Let's go check out this lighthouse.
you're a paladin?
Yeah, I'm a paladin. Anybody else?
Sure.
All right. Let's go disguise. Let's go.
You're a good target.
So that's taken you maybe between removing all of the items from the logos and things on your items,
Purple and yellow is a good choice. Yeah.
and you doing your Julie Andrews kind of together.
Ricardian subscribe.
Having done all of that, it probably takes you a couple of hours or so to get that done. So, what's that?
We have a
Thanks,
second
Ray!
subscriber!
Thank you. Hey, thanks, Ricardion.
He's the guy who pointed out I can't keep less and hex up at the same time.
Hey,
Good
You're a
point.
smart guy. We're
Sharp
looking
eyes
for a
there.
fate
There.
to
Thank you very
monitor.
much.
Yeah, on our toes. Right.
So, having done all that, you kind of manage to come back up to the top end of the village, where this huge, imposing lighthouse is to be found. As you come closer, you can see that the lighthouse itself is made from a very fine and heavy brick.
Thanks for the cheers, Evan!
Cheers.
7 XP!
Right, 2020 victory.
And getting closer and closer to it, it's one of those things of it seems quite large from a distance, then as you get used to it, okay, fine, it's not looming, and then as you get closer and closer to it, you see this much taller than pretty much everything around you. Most things around you are one story, maybe the trees are a little bit higher, everything that goes with that. This is, a tall sort of
Yes, we have another subscriber. 7!
Hey!
Yay!
7 XP! 1 kill, as they say.
Thanks for subscribing, folks. This is amazing. Moving closer and closer to this lighthouse as well, you also notice that it is clearly not made in the same style and fashion as the village that's around it. And in fact, with your perception, your investigation, just generally as a party and your kind of level of communication, you can clearly just see that, right? You're sort of have you noticed that? Have you noticed this? Very quickly, it's the bricks don't match, the area around it doesn't match. In fact, the area that it's been laid out on has been flattened and a foundation has been built right? So it's quite heavy, and so it's laid there. And that's not been true of the rest of the village. So the village has cropped up around the lighthouse, not the other way around, right?
So Lighthouse has been there for a long time.
Seems that way.
Right.
And so as you come up to the base of the lighthouse, there is a heavy wooden door that is at the bottom of it, behind a sort of metallic grate.
Can I hear anything? Any sign?
The sea, it's beautiful this time of year. The wind is blowing.
Like life, any life around, or any signs of life, like tracks or anything.
As you look around, you see. Well, make a investigation.
I look around. There's no windows or anything, right? It's just
Not on the
that
ground
door,
floor.
and
No.
then after that.
I mean, there's
Survival would have been better.
it would usually. When you walk around, you can see that there is a couple of windows, maybe about a third of the way up the structure.
Okay, I call out, Huiling, let down your hair.
Oh, it's a nursery story from my village. You know, there was a princess called Huiling that was locked in a tower, and she had very long hair. And you can
What
try.
does the name mean?
Oh, it's a kind of vegetable.
Aye.
A hairy vegetable?
No. It was just a vegetable that her mum was craving when she was pregnant with her.
Oh,
Is anybody letting down their hair? I'm checking
is
for
anything?
Make a perception check.
Oh, yeah, I think I see her. Wei Ling. Ah, perception. All right, yeah, I can do this. My perception is 14.
It's up to your imagination, really. And
I think I see her.
yeah, you don't see any, but you
No, I
can
don't
choose
see
to.
anyone.
I've been whale watching. I've seen lots of whales.
Yes, it was. What
Never
the
seen
fuck?
bloody one in my life. But anyway, there is no sign of anybody laying down their hair. As you walked around, what was your
10.
10?
Oh, it's investigation, right?
Yeah, I mean, clearly some people have walked by here. As you look up onto the other side of the lighthouse, the stone wall and the palisade fence on top of it, there is a dark crouched form of one of the shadow guard that's up there, that's kind of keeping an eye and looking around,
Oh,
and
so-
every now and then stands and just like moves so they don't get like cramped. But that's maybe a good 20 meters away or so. So clearly some people have walked around here at some point, right? But no sign of anyone that's walked in or out recently that you can pick up.
I'll try the gate.
So as you reach out to try the gate, it appears to be locked.
I turn around. Well, it's locked.
I've got a lockpick. Jack Prince gave us. Down in the mines.
I'm good at climbing.
I thought, what?
Sorry, I'm good at climbing.
She's
I
good
can
at climbing.
easily climb this without the lock.
Can she easily climb this?
Don't know, you can always try.
Is there a window for her to
Based on
enter
the
into?
outside of the
No, I'm talking about just over the gate.
No.
Oh, no. The gate is, think of it more like a
House.
security gate on a door. So like, you've got this iron gate, right? That's kind of like, you can see through it, you can fit an arm through it maybe, and then immediately behind the gate is a door. So the door is shut, the gate is shut, and the gate is locked.
Right, so I have to climb the lighthouse.
I mean, if you want to try, you can.
But Barra's going to
Yeah, okay.
lockpick.
Try a lockpick first.
sleight of hand, right?
Yeah. I played a thief once. In my school, I was a lead in the school musical.
Mm-hmm.
I played a thief. The golden heart of gold.
Right.
And I'm just gonna roll this lockpick. Just gonna get a character. Rolling the lockpick.
Lock picking. How do you get a character to pick a lock?
Door.
This is Barra.
Why?
Things are different with her.
Why are you standing between me? Why are you standing between me and my dreams? I have to open you, door. Because my destiny's on the other side. Oh, door! Yeah, 19.
Whoa.
Oh, shit.
So you hear a clink as the door does in fact open, or the gate opens.
Okay.
Yep.
Alright.
You're now able to pull the gate towards you.
I pull the gate towards me. I better stay in character. Just
The door is still shut and it appears to be locked as well.
my lockpick's still
In one piece at the moment.
in one piece. Right, yeah. Okay.
One more.
One
more.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Uncle.
I put my hand on the door. Nothing happens, right? Okay. Why is there always a barrier between me and my future? Oh, if only I could surpass those things that hold me back. No! I must get through this. No! There's surely more to life than this. I take my lockpick and roll.
So half the time it's thinking for the monologue.
No, I gotta get in character. Alright?
So there's
God.
every
I
time.
think she has to inspire the
The beans.
He has to inspire the door.
Get the door into character.
Uh-oh.
Oh no,
14.
the door wasn't that expired. It expired.
Indeed.
Inspired.
You managed to like wiggle the lockpick around a little bit. I think Barra's probably a bit more concerned about the getting in the mind of the person that they are really trying to empathize with and channel, and less concerned with the actual picking of the lock.
no.
So you give a performance check.
Performance, okay. Alright, yeah, I was born for this. Performance. Yeah!
You can do it.
No! No, not between me and my dreams! 10.
You give what critics will later refer to
Oh no.
As a rather bland and mediocre
Oh
rendition
no!
of
No!
an inept thief unable to open the lock.
So sad.
Okay, you tried your best.
I leave the house.
Exit
Wailing.
stage left. Excellent.
Got purple and yellow cape. Let's go.
Sad Kazu.
Do you still want to try again?
Why not? I mean, we've got a few hours to kill.
I
You
take
think
out
you can use it.
my own thieves too.
Oh!
Then I,
Yeah, sure.
closing my eyes and you just feel it and
Alright,
guide me. So I guidance myself for this, and with my eye, you see, Kaman does this with his eyes closed.
the third eye as well. Is it closer?
It can't. It's el permanente.
Oh, shit.
And almost breaks the fix, but recovers it. Right, this is beyond me too.
Oh.
We get. Wow.
You can use your glow.
I'm rejuvenated now that somebody has done a worse performance than me. I'm like, oh, well, there we go. It was an easy roll. I failed, yeah. Oh, like maybe we could blast the door down.
Yeah,
What do you think?
with your...
With your gauntlet, you busted a stone wall once.
I know, but you know, I'm not that comfortable with destroying public property. This building's probably older than me.
Which means it will break down faster.
Maybe we should, considering the important role it plays, you know, if we break something, it might end up with ships wrecking, so maybe we should go.
I think if you break down the door, I think the light will still work. And you've got mending. Alright, come on, let's do it.
Oh, you do have mending. That's true. I lift a leg and attempt to kick in the door.
Go on then.
Oh gosh, this is such a bad idea.
Make it hit roll.
Why do I do this? Oh, I rolled 15.
Ooh.
You hit the door.
Okay.
Now, roll me some damage.
Oh no!
Make a. What's your strength bonus?
My strength bonus right now is
7.
No, 4. My save is 7.
4.
Strength bonus.
You definitely feel that like you've made a nice solid thump on the door as it creaks a fair amount. You see it like a significant dent. Let's put it there.
Mm-hmm. Well, since I'm already at it, might as well. I lift up my leg and
Make a. You can make a perception roll while you're at it. Go on again.
Yeah, I rolled a 7, but I have a plus 7.
so that's 14 to hit the door with my foot.
So you
I
do
wish.
hit the door.
Okay.
But you sort of kind of like your foot skimmers along the edge of the door as it sort of maybe hits a bit of mud on your boot or some other reason that you're going to then use later on for how you managed to miss the door.
I meant to do that.
Yeah, it's a big, tough, reinforced door, so it's like it's quite hefty.
Alright, you know what?
16 for perception.
That calls for a song. I'm gonna inspire you. You fight against the door, Yrsa. Baba. Lighthouse door. Could this lighthouse be full? Yrsa, Yrsa. Is nobody's fool. She's gonna kick open this solid wooden door, and we'll get inside, and we'll finally find out what for. Perhaps we'll find some treasure up above. Perhaps we'll find even true love. Alright, yeah, there we go. You feel inspired?
Yeah.
Oh, there we
I think
go.
So. Let's
Inspirational.
cool.
You noticed that the Shadowguard that had been looking out kind of looks over, scouts at you guys, and then is just having a look, see what you guys are doing. Nothing, not saying stop, not saying anything else, just like looking.
You do realize that, this is technically Shadowguard property.
No, it's not. They said that this place was abandoned by neutral villagers. Aha! Come on, Yrsa, you can do it!
But they claim it as part of their lands.
Oh, you're such a...
We'll just bend the door after we're done. I'm too committed now to stop.
Sure, really.
What am I doing? This one?
The door just like slams open. Inside of which is the bottom of a sort of dark, cylindrical, tower. There are a few storage crates and containers down here. It's dark. It is very dark down here. There's a little bit of light that comes through from some of the higher up bits, but also there is then a spiral winding stair cut out of stone, same stone as the wall, that kind of runs along the outside of the tower, or the inside of the tower that runs up.
Ooh.
So we're going inside the tower just to see what's at the top of the lighthouse.
Yeah, let's go.
Haven't you ever seen one of these towers and what is making the big light? Don't you want to know? Aren't you curious? Were you never a child?
I would like to see what are in these storage crates.
Yes.
Sure. Are you going to open them? Jemmy them open?
Yes.
Okay, so you wander over to one of these crates. I mean, there's no roll required. You just sort of, you're going to pull out between four of you. You've got a crowbar somewhere. You pull out a crowbar or a weapon or whatever. Manage to work your way under one of these things and pop the lid off them, right? And you see, imagine there's a chunk of it's like hay, like material, so it's quite light and spongy. And as you kind of put your fingers through it and move it out the way, you then come across there are small crystalline balls.
Oh, what's this expression?
Do they have a little thing on top so you can hang them on trees?
No, but sort of similar sort of concept to those sort of Christmas bauble type things, right? But imagine it's entirely spherical. It's slightly off spherical. It's like a ablated sphere a little bit. So it's slightly like a fatter around the middle than it is around the edge, but like an egg.
Hey, you've got that detect magic thing.
Well, I didn't. fine.
It's so pretty.
Kaman closes his eyes and focuses the power of his magical vision. Mm-hmm. He casts detect magic. What is it?
They give off a slight magical.
Well, they are magical. What sort of magic?
Please hold caller.
Loading.
Does your detect magic it just lasts for a certain amount of time?
It
10 minutes.
takes a
10 minutes.
spell slot, that's what it does.
Let's open all the crates.
It is.
It's not that well.
It is evocation magic.
Okay.
What is the key, please? Alright, come on.
Evocation. Okay, out of character. Evocation is like fireball.
Oh,
But also light, I suppose. I pick it up. Is there any way to activate it, or that? I
As you
can
can
tell?
see, it just looks like a slightly translucent, very regular duck egg.
Kid. Have you used your ability yet to figure out what a thing is today?
but I can only use it once a day, and it's the start of the day.
But it's a thing.
But what if something...
I just take one and I just put it in my pocket. Alright, let's go. Come on, let's see what's up these stairs.
Okay.
Okay, you
Let's
hold
try
on
to
to
figure
it.
out
Let's
what it
Can,
is.
can we bring it with us?
Maybe. I mean,
Yeah, I
we
mean,
have a few hours.
Is it small?
I said although it looks a bit like a duck, it's a bit larger. It's probably you'd hold it in your hand like this, right? So it's I guess it's the size of like an emu egg, right? But it's a good size. But yeah, you can absolutely carry on with it.
How many of them are there?
Per box, there's about 2 or 3, not very many.
And how many boxes? Are
Yeah.
3 boxes.
Do we take them all?
Have
Barra's gotten
you
them.
opened them all? Is this a...
I don't know.
Are they all identical? Sorry.
It's okay.
That you can tell. I mean, I'm presuming now what you're saying is you've opened all of these boxes.
Yeah.
So you've probably spent about half an hour on these things by now, right? So you've opened all these boxes, you've unpacked all of the sort of equivalent of packing peanuts, right? To take all these things out.
I kind of don't want to spend half an hour because if I know that his spell lasts 10 minutes, I might drag him upstairs.
Right.
Yeah, just to see what we can detect. So
Okay.
I would take 1 egg.
So out of the first box, take 1 egg and you drag them upstairs.
Yeah.
Being dragged upstairs.
Are you guys going to head up, or are you going to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go
Yeah.
together.
So you basically the stairs take you up to another landing, and in this landing you can actually see what appears to be a reasonably pleasant and well decorated home. Right, it is
shit.
there are a couple of nice big armchairs. There is
no.
over on one side by a window is a small table, right? Like it's sort of like a dark mahogany table, like a bureau almost, like
Right.
And on the other side of the room, again, it's not massive. It's probably maybe 10-foot radius, right? As at this point, maybe slightly larger than that. But there's on the other side, there's another small window, and there's a stone cooking table, right, within which there's a small indented recess that's clearly got some fire burns on it. Right? So
Right.
clearly someone's put a little fire here. That's a good thing. There's a small kettle hanging up and some pots and pans and some dishes and a nicely decorated home. There's a rug on the floor. Looks a little bit threadbare, but it's there.
I'm gonna ask Barra, if this looks like the previous hut which he investigated, where he felt that people left. Not Barra, sorry, Kaman. Where he felt that people left and without meaning to come back and just didn't.
No, this is grand by comparison. This is very fancy.
Right, but
Like-
are there signs that people left, like that they should still be there, but they're not there?
Make an investigation roll for me.
No, I can do it. No, it's me investigating. If you want to assist me, you can.
I'll assist the investigation.
With advantage, go ahead.
Yeah.
I will roll another second one. Oh, there we go. 21.
So you don't get the impression that this is. You don't get the impression it's similar. What I mean by that is that things have clearly been put away and aren't, there as if they're going to be used. But they also seem to have been put away in the way that when somebody's closing up a house to go travel for a long time, they've closed up. So there's no perishables that have been left around. There's nothing that's sort of you would have to put time and effort to make this place livable again. Right? There's no basics, there's no commodities, there's no soap in the soap dish, that sort of thing. Right? Somebody has shut up shop and left, which is very different to the thing that Kaman found. Kaman found like somebody thought they were leaving for the morning and didn't come back.
Right.
This is more like, someone chose not to be here a while ago.
Come on. Do you see any magic?
In this room, no. Technically, not quite true. The cooking area gives off a little bit of evocation magic.
I point at the stove. Stove's a bit magical.
Is it just your regular magic stove? For cooking purposes?
I guess.
Okay, then let's move on.
Aren't you concerned that we may be breaking and entering?
Well, from what you told us, it basically looks like this place is,
Abandoned.
Been abandoned?
not quite
Yeah.
abandoned, but the person has left for a while.
Left for a while.
But it looks like they'll come back because
We don't know.
Yeah,
Everything's
we
in
don't
good
know. It's
order.
fair game.
maybe they come
Let's go!
every once in a while to maintain the place.
Possible.
And
Not
now-
going to stop me from checking out the rest of the place. I
Okay,
mean, I might
fine.
not take their things. Maybe.
but we've taken the balls, though,
We can put them back.
right?
They might have missed the delivery.
That's true.
I followed him up the stairs.
You carry on up to the next level of this, and you carry on the spiral staircase, and you come to another room that's just a bit narrower, obviously maybe like 8 or so feet radius wide, so still reasonably large, right? So, from either side, 16 feet, it's 3.5, 4 meters. On the ground is on the floor is again, laid out in nice heavy stone, but this is fine quality. This is very nicely built, right? Make a Arcana check for me. Someone who wants to look.
Not me.
I'm +5. Anybody?
Mine's +5
No,
too.
I'm 1.
0.
Yeah.
Only one roll. No.
Only one roll.
Okay. Go for it.
Go for it. Here we go. Natural 1.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's fine. You notice that there are another set of stairs continuing up to the top, one presumes, or certainly up further, and it is getting narrower and narrower. And then you also notice that there appear to be in this room a couple of large sort of armoires, like, big sort of furniture with double doors on them, where presumably people would put cloaks or clothes or other things like that. And on another side of this room, there is a large mirror.
Not again! Not again!
Triggered.
I go for mirror. Hey, good looking. Hey,
Can I have wisdom saving throw? No.
No!
Hey, sorry, come on. You see any magic?
Yeah, your magic side, by the way, sees the 2 armoires and the mirror glow with magic.
Oh no.
Mirror's magical.
Oh, yeah?
Those 2
It is magical.
cupboards are magical too.
Oh. Great reader. The mirrors and the armoires are magical.
I was right here.
I'm sorry. I'm just in case you don't understand this weird accent.
Okay. Well, I guess
What's
we
it?
should go and check it out, maybe. What kind of magic?
What kind of magic?
It is transmutation.
Transmutation.
What's that? From what I remember, I think it changes you, maybe. Evocation is make things appear. Transmutation is make things different. Yeah.
Thank you.
Did you not take the Ranger 101 class?
I overslept.
So now that we're here, we've seen everything.
Sorry, I lied. It's conjuration.
Oh.
My apologies.
Now that we're here, we've seen everything.
We haven't seen everything, we just looked at it.
Yeah, there we go. We haven't opened those armoires. Okay.
Let's quick investigate the armors.
Yes, I take left armor.
I think right.
Okay, I need
Oh shit! Oh shit!
I need a
Can I stand at a distance and back facing the mirror?
I need a wisdom saving throw.
Oh shit!
Okay.
Oh no!
3?
Oh god.
No, yeah, 3.
Wisdom.
15.
Okay. So you open the armoire and you see another mirror.
Oh jeez.
And then you catch sight of your own reflection in the mirror that it reflects,
Yeah.
sort of like behind you, and then you see that reflection back in you. And you know how it is when you see 2 mirrors
Yeah.
together and you spend a while going, oh yeah,
Yeah.
you do all that. Same thing happens for you,
Mm-hmm.
except
Oh shit!
a minute or so later, you are in a different room altogether.
Oh my
shit.
god!
What kind of room is it?
It is a very similar room to the one you run downstairs, right? And it is a beautiful rug. It is a nice, simple cooking surface, a area, a bookshelf, all that kind of stuff. Except unlike the one you were in, this one, the cooking surface has got sort of like a little bit of there's a bit of food that's left on the side, neatly tidied away. The fireplace has got a bit of fire in it. The bookshelf has books in it, and the table has got like some writing implements and an open piece of paper with like open book with like a quill pot and some ink
Okay. There is no window looking out, is
There
there?
are 2 windows.
Okay, I take a look out. Does it look like the same?
Nope.
It's a totally
No,
different.
looks very different.
Okay. Heat. Oh no. I hurry up the stairs to where the rooms with armors would be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There is a room with 2 armoires and a mirror. Make a perception check for me, please.
9.
Yeah, there's a room with 2 armoires and a mirror.
Okay.
In the meanwhile, the 3 of you go, huh? As you see that Yrsa has now just disappeared.
Oh my god.
I reach into my pocket and throw the stone up.
Okay.
The iron stone.
Boom, boom,
And then I look at the 2 of you.
boom,
Okay.
boom.
Barra, can you speak? Can you
Speak?
speak to Yrsa?
I can't see her.
Oh,
I
no.
need to know where she is. Oh, I'll try.
You looked in the mirror and it was fine.
Yeah, I always have no problems looking in the mirror. I'm telling you, it's practice. Alright, I've been looking in mirrors since I was a tiny boy, and I've always liked what I saw. I mean, maybe you've got some insecurities or some shit like
So
that.
maybe it's just that particular mirror in that particular armor. That's the problem.
So you want me to go look at that mirror?
No, we need to figure out. I've got my detect magic on. We need to figure out how to get Yrsa back.
Oh, we smashed the mirror the last time and that worked.
It doesn't always work the same way.
Look, I'm telling you, it's insecurity, alright? You just need to be confident about your own self-image, and then you'll be fine.
We don't all want to get trapped inside a trap.
So...
So
You,
I'm saying we give Yrsa 2 minutes to see if she can figure her way out, and then maybe we'll try something after.
Okay. I'm going to go and see whether the tower I'm in is occupied and if I can find the occupant.
Okay. Make another perception roll for me, please. Are you going to go downstairs or are you going to go upstairs? Because you're in the room right now with the 2 armoires and
Yeah.
the...
I'll go downstairs to where the living area is.
Okay, sure.
Oh, I rolled an 18, so that's plus 4.
22.
Yeah, so as you start heading downstairs from the armoires, you do hear a sound of a deeper, sort of more slow and baritone sort of voice that sort of says,
Hello?
"Oh, Joby, I don't think anyone would be coming to visit us this time of year. We're a long way from anywhere out here."
Hello?
What?
Hi.
No, I heard that too. Let me go get my my bow.
Oh,
Please don't shoot. I come in peace.
I don't know what she's saying either. What he's
Oh.
saying doesn't sound right though.
They're not speaking common?
They're speaking common.
Okay, I will try to neutralize my accent. Please don't shoot. I come in peace.
I heard something about don't shoot and peace.
What
do you think, Joby?
I walk towards where their voices are with my hands raised.
So you kind of come around the corner. Now tell me, you're still dressed like a 90s sort of like
Yeah.
fine.
I'm
So-
wearing
so you-
giant peasant clothing.
So there is there's a moment, and you see this is a rather slightly hunched over sort of Goliath, kind of half giant figure, but old, like 70s old.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
Still in decent shape, but clearly like showing signs of age. And with him is a slightly overlarge, well, not overlarge, but overlarge by comparison wolfhound. So pretty a regular sized one, but by comparison to him, it's sort of a bit small, right? So, and he says, "Oh, what have we got here then?"
Hello. I'm sorry. I was just fooling around with the lighthouse and then I got kind of zapped through the mirrors. I'm sorry.
Fooling around with which lighthouse? This lighthouse? I hope you haven't. And there's a moment where he sort of like kind of cranes his head for a second and then touches his hand to a wall, and you see that like his hand and the lighthouse, there's a little spark of blue around it, and he goes, "No, everything seems fine here. Okay."
You said the Sagamo Ocean?
Oh,
Near
the Sakarma.
South Marabanda.
Oh, on Urtu.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Right. I'm not due back there for another 3 more months, I think.
Oh, you're the person who lives in the lighthouse?
Yeah, I'm the lighthouse keeper.
Oh, do you keep all of the lighthouses?
Not all of them, no. I mean, I'm responsible for maybe 6 or so.
Oh. My name is Yrsa, and you are?
They just call me the keeper, really.
Oh.
I used to have a name a long time ago, but kind of got used to it. The kids call me the keeper. It's kind of like quite nice, actually.
Okay, fine.
You can call me keeper as well.
Hello, keeper.
Hello.
My friends are probably worried about me. Is there a way I can go back to that lighthouse?
I mean, don't break and enter them, I would imagine.
I'm sorry. I mean, it was there and we were bored and we just wanted to see how lighthouses work.
Right.
I do like my sad goblin.
Do you?
Performance check. I'm legit apologetic about this and getting zapped into another mirror.
Sure. Do me your best Star Hub face.
Is it persuasion?
Yeah, it's the please.
Persuasion. Well, I'm not a naturally charismatic person, but I got 13.
Ooh,
On
okay.
a flat roll of +0.
The flat for the thing. Okay. He sort of looks at you and he goes, "What do you think, Dobie?" And the little dog looks at him and kind of like, "I don't know, I'm a dog." Way. But he sort of looks at you and goes, "Why, this is most complex. I haven't tidied up here yet. It's not time for me to leave here. I'm due to go back there in 3 months, though. I mean, if you can wait, I'll take you back."
We can't. We're leaving that place tonight.
Well, you should have thought that before you broke into the lighthouse.
That is true. But, thinking things through is not a strong suit of mine. I mean, I'm still a teenager. It comes with the undeveloped brain.
She's still doing the face.
You look very surprised.
Please help. My friends are worried. I don't know what they'll do to try to get me back. There might be property damage if I'm not back soon.
Right. Okay, fine. Then he kind of roots around a bit and he goes, "I need some tea. And I need to get some." Right, okay. You just wait there. Don't touch anything
Okay,
at all.
okay,
Like, your feet can touch the floor.
sure.
That's it.
Okay, can I make friends with
Nope.
your dog? Okay.
I mean, fine. And he kind of crumbles off a little bit, like, in just kind of like I had things to do today, right? And sort of kind of goes and he comes back maybe no more than 5 minutes later.
You don't have to come with me.
No,
you can just show me how
I'm
to
afraid I kind of do. Otherwise, things will go a bit awry.
do it. Oh,
As it is, you seem to have broken and entered into one of the lighthouses, and heavens only knows what happens afterwards. So we should probably make sure everything's safe there. And also, I probably need to fix the locks from the sounds of it.
well, we will mend the locks for you.
No, it's probably best if you leave it to me.
Okay.
There's things in these lighthouses that you're not familiar with.
Can you tell us about it? I'm very curious.
Yes,
Yay!
it's something that'll kill you one day.
Oh.
No, let's go. And he's a cranky old man, right? So he sort of walks you back upstairs with his bag, and he kind of goes, right, and he makes a series of noises you don't understand, like in a language you don't get. And as he does so, the circle on the floor begins to glow and kind of moves around, and then he sort of takes a moment, and then for a moment you actually think, I'm not seeing this right, because this looks like this old Goliath, but at the same point, kind of superimposed on this old Goliath is another figure, right? But it passes, and a moment later, he's like, "All right then, stand in the circle with me."
Okay. Is the dog coming too?
Of course he is.
Okay, come
Comes
here.
everywhere with me.
Good boy, Dobby. Okay.
Dog sits down and kind of the dog sits down and it's about your face height and just begins licking your face.
Oh.
Like that kind of, and he's just they're looking for salt. He's kind of like he's searching out every little bit of salt he can possibly find on you, right? So, and he's like, Joby, all right, okay. Now, Sagarma, you said.
Yes.
Okay, that's and he kind of twiddles a little bit and he kind of wanders over to a wall, wanders over to the floor, and he goes, okay, count to 3. 1, we're there. Okay, and you guys see a moment later, there's a displacement of air, and then a huge, big, black, sort of like large wolf-like creature, it's a big dog, right, is currently, maybe looks like it's biting Yrsa's face, you can't tell, along with this huge, giant-like being, right, who's kind of hunched over. He goes, right. These must be your friends then.
Yes, hold your fire! Hold your fire! Okay. This is the keeper of the lighthouses. Am I right? Yes. These are my friends. Yes. Thank you so much for bringing me back. I'm so sorry, sir.
Right. And you are also.
Oh yeah, we saw this abandoned lighthouse and we thought like, oh shit,
What gave you the impression it was abandoned? The fact that it was, he kind of reaches out and his hand a little bit blue again. The fact that it was clearly working and locked up.
Well, the whole village was abandoned and we just thought if we came here and it showed signs of being abandoned as well, maybe we could figure out what happened to the villagers. Do you know?
Oh yeah, do you know?
The village is abandoned?
Yeah, like it's nobody left in the village for like a few weeks or months now. And our CL friend is really weird, but he says there's something wrong with the sea. Like, you look like a guy that knows what's going on.
It seems most concerning, I would say. And he kind of he walks up the stairs, kind of like lumbers up. He drops his bag on the floor where you are. Walks up and says, Joby, come on. And he walks up to the top floor.
Follows him up the stairs. Hey, is any more magic?
You already said magic will have happened.
Oh, okay.
So, as you sort of like, you kind of get to the top of the stairs, and you're now in the sort of like the big lamp kind of area, right? And you see that there is a walkway around a very, very large, 3 or 4 crystals, huge crystals, not very expensive, right? Around which, inside of which, are a bunch of those little egg things that you had. Right, sort of, you'd seen from downstairs, right? And he kind of looks at them and he goes, it seems right. They're missing a couple, but we'll be fine. We'll go downstairs, get the spares. He's kind of talking to himself as he wanders around, just doing his check. And he goes,
I'm not the others.
Bring downstairs.
Okay, there you go. You're running down in the back of the box. Fine. Like, he's clearly kind of obsessed with dealing with this thing. And then at one point he kind of gets round to the front of the lighthouse where it looks out across the promontory and then down to the sea. And he looks over and he goes, "That's odd. Interesting."
What's that?
Oh, I mean, it's just a couple of big ships over there, isn't it? So it's that must be your friends docked over there. But what's weird is what those people are doing over there.
Huh?
Follow his. Where he's pointing. What's he pointing at?
He's pointing out to sea, maybe 200-300 meters or so, where you see a group of humanoids-ish, something. But make a perception check if you're looking where he's pointing. You're running up the steps, so you're not.
Can I make it too?
Yeah.
7.
18.
Okay, so Yrsa and Kaman, especially Kaman. Yrsa, you see a group of maybe 5 or 6, maybe, creatures. Maybe they're swimming, maybe they're surfing, maybe they're doing something. They're certainly out in the sea somewhere, right? You see, you don't know why. This is not recalling anything from your memories very clearly, but it's definitely something from your memories, as it were. But they're not, whoever it is, that ain't cool. Like, that's like 4 or 5 people, and they're not good people. They're not friendly people. They're possibly not even people. They're threat. And your fight or flight instinct, like the adrenaline starts pumping, your blood starts pulsing, and you're like, that's bad. I don't know what that is, but that's bad.
I see. Yrsa. Danger. I point. That's what's wrong with the sea.
What is that?
They're wrong. They're bad.
That's not very nice to point at another race of people and say they're wrong and bad.
That's danger. They don't mean us. They mean harm. We need to run back and warn the others.
Sorry, the humanoids, are they in the ship boat or they're
No,
just
they're,
in the
they're,
water?
they're in the water.
They're in the
And
water.
you can barely see them, even with that 18. The only reason Kaman's able to do this thing is he had the incredible, perception roll earlier from the something seems wrong kind of.
Are they headed towards us?
It's super hard to tell, honestly, even with the roll, right? It's like you see that it's almost, because remember, these are sea greenish type creatures in a sea green sea that's already foggy. Like it's kind of incredible you've seen anything about them at all.
Okay. Come on, go downstairs, warn the sailors, ask them to see if they have the thing where they can see far.
Telescope?
Yes, and then check it out.
Right.
So I just arrived up the stairs. It's like,
Well, it's at this point as you're just about to leave and you hear to arms, men, to arms! Attacks from the sea and from the forest.
We're under attack.
Oh no.
And the horn's gonna pick up from around the verge.
Oh shit. I turn back to the keeper. Thank you very much. We're very sorry for the inconvenience we have caused. We need to go and deal with this now.
no, sir, is there anything you can do to help? The village is
Yeah, I'll
all
tidy
vanished.
the lighthouse up. And I'll fix the lock you broke.
No, but what about those people in the sea? Do you recognise them?
Nope.
But they're unusual. You haven't seen them before.
Yep.
Let's get out of his hair.
We'll dash down.
Joby gives you a big lick goodbye.
Boy, I love you. Okay, bye-bye. Run down the stairs.
Sorry if I said. As you do so, you kind of come out and you see that, the door kind of just slams behind you, closed. Interestingly, as it does so as well, the other door, the other gate which you've opened, also just closes itself behind you. Right. So you kind of come back out again, and you come back out into a hive of activity as people are running past you from the various buildings and huts and everything else. They're mostly carrying bows and crossbows and various other bits of equipment. But as you've gone up to the lighthouse, kind of fortunately, I guess, right, you come back down again, and you're back into that little area where you'd actually had left across along with Jumana and Maktaras, right? And so you're fortunate because the two orc guards that are there look over at you and go, actually, perfect. Across is just here. And you see that Across is in that corridor between the two buildings, and he's kind of finishing strapping on some armor. And it's very different from the armor that he was wearing previously, right? This is kind of a mixture of leather and full plate, right? It's mostly plate, but then where it's held together at the joints, it's in leather that's been reinforced with a little bit of chain and some other bits, right? So it's kind of a kind of quite specific armor. It's obviously expensive and taking a lot of time to build, and will probably quite custom for him, you think, right? And he goes and he pulls out just a large sword out of an unreasonably small bag, right? And then straps it across his shoulder, loosens it, and it's sort of baldric and says, good, perfect timing. I need you lot to get the ambassador and your emissary down to the first boat, the Windweaver, right? You're not on that boat, you're on the other one. But get them there safely, and then once you're there, get across to the other boat, and then it'll push off for you. It's not your job to stay here. You've got to make it to get the princess back.
I need to let you know that there's something in the water. That's
No
headed this
shit.
way.
In the water?
Yes.
Right. Thank you. Good intel. Appreciate that.
Humanoid forms, at least 4 or 5, maybe more.
And he sort of looks across and he kind of just says,
They're
he looks
swimming.
to the two guards that are stood there, and he goes, Urak, Tamar, go off and let the folks down at the boat know to expect things to come over the boards.
No, wait. So if it's not the things in the water you're running from, what are you running from?
We're being attacked from the trees in the jungle. We can't really tell who. One of the sentries, yelled and then was got a good shaft of wood in him for his pleasure. So
Wow, phrasing.
Well, indeed, got shafted, one might say. But no, nevertheless, he doesn't work as well. Nevertheless, we can't really see what it is, but there's definitely some sort of coordinated attack. I think at the moment they're just waiting for us to stick our heads above the parapets. So we've locked all the doors, and we're just keeping an eye out. I'm just about to go to the fences myself.
Right.
Let's grab the ambassador and the emissary and go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
We hustle back to it.
Make sure they get there. All right. So
Windweaver will do.
they're literally just inside that room with you, right? So so the Windweaver, there are two ships down at the dock, right? So you're aware of them. Windweaver is one of them. The second one is the one that you were going to take to Tarima anyway, right? And that one is called the Dream Wave. Right? So
Okay.
and so the Windweaver is the further of the boat and is much bigger. Right? So both Jemana and Maktaras appear to be. Jemana is wearing that large, heavy robe again, right? And Maktaras is ready to go, right? And it's like I wasn't expecting to see you again, Survey Team 3 so quickly, but thank you for your assistance in
No, you're
this
welcome.
frustrating time.
No, it's fine.
Let's
Come on.
go.
We have to go. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, come on.
So you come back out again, and you start heading through the village, and you start heading back towards the steps where you went, sort of headed down for your swim, as it were, to get clean the other day. As you do so, and you can see there are now on the parapet sort of turrets, right? You can see that there are different groups and members of both sailors and of the Shadowguard, and occasionally you'll see like there's a bit of an uproarious shout as a few arrows are sort of shot into the undergrowth, but there's no clear sort of like, yes, we found them, or there's no sounds of steel on steel or anything yet, until you come around the corner and you see, as you look down into the area that's the dock and over to the right-hand side of that, which was the area where you were looking down earlier, you see a group of humanoids start walking up the beach with a very raggedy kind of tempo. Right. Cheryl, do you think we can get the battle map up?
Battle map time.
Battle map.
Oh, thanks for the follow, Carrie SD.
Yeah,
Hey,
Curious D, thanks so much.
I'm probably like horribly mispronouncing your name. Sorry.
Karen is looks correct.
Right.
Unless it's like
Charisd.
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 Or Charisd.
Let's not mutilate.
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
let's not.
I apologize.
I'm
It
sorry.
could be cursed.
Oh, yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, you got a
Clearly
cool name,
one of us
Carrie.
knows.
Yes, or Carrie's D.
Oh, Kirsten sounds cool.
And so,
Should we roll for initiative?
well, not quite yet. I just want to
Okay.
describe what it is you're seeing. I think that's probably going to make a difference.
So while the battle map is being called up, shall we? I'm just gonna engage people in. So, never really asked. I never really asked you. Kie, no. So, like what, like just now, my mate Akrat, he said, like, what brings you to the monk lifestyle? You can't drink, can't do anything. You obviously like your fashion. So
I was born into it.
so you want to get out?
No,
Wear nice clothes like this.
no, I like the way the monks live.
Yeah, well, you aren't dressed very monkishly at the moment. You've got like some fashionable thing on.
Monks can be fashionable and very attractive, I think.
Why? For what? Well, it's not like they can get a date with anyone, right?
Why not?
But you can't. Oh,
How do you think monks reproduce?
I thought
Wait.
it was just a choice of lifestyle that you go into after that. I didn't know you were born.
Yeah, I don't know, like little monks.
Well, my parents were monks and I was born in a monastery.
Wow. So like your monastery, like they all kind of like sleep with each other. It's like some sort of like
No.
swinger-
We started one in our own village. My parents started
started
one
a
in my
swinger
own village.
monastery.
No,
A swinger monastery.
an honorable.
swinger monastery.
No,
That sounds really cool.
it's really offensive. Help me, leader.
I'm sure they're monogamous.
I cannot argue with such.
I feel like I want to go and check out this religion.
I know you're trying to understand how.
I am.
How.
A swinger monastery.
But it's coming across as a little bit strange and interrogative
Oh, I'm
right now.
sorry.
So yeah,
I'm sorry, great leader.
it's okay. Also, we are also running
Confidence is just, I can't really seem to see what's in front of me, so I just talk. We have a little chat.
So there you are with the four of you and Ambassadors Jemana and Makataras.
Yay.
For some reason seems to be called Sober, someone or the other, but that's fine. Below you, you can see shambling onto this beach down by the rocks are a group of bluish tinted humanoids of some sort, right? They don't look particularly well coordinated, and their movements are sort of jerky and unnatural, but they appear to have come from out of the sea. In order for you to, and I think maybe if you scroll up a bit, Cheryl, or scroll out a little bit, I'm going to show you where the actual boats are. But further to the north of you, so you've got about 30 or so feet of these steps to carry on down, right? And then further to the north of you, along the beach, is where the rest of the dock begins. To the right of which, on the top right of which on this map, you can see is where the Dreamweaver is, and just north of that, in fact, is actually where the
Dreamwave.
Windweaver and Dreamwave.
Windweaver and Dreamwave. My notes are terrible. Sorry, I almost said Dreamwave.
Okay, so they're actually away from the shambling creatures.
They are. They seem to be anyway, right?
Right.
However, the creatures that you saw from further up, right, would have been incredibly fast for them to be where these creatures are now, and it's unlikely, given that it's unlikely they're the same, given the rate and pace that these ones are moving. Right, like there are some other creatures that are out there as well that may or may not be heading towards the boat.
I know we're not in combat, but Kaman's first instinct is to slow them down with spike growth.
Where?
Right in the midst of them to just blast a spike growth spell to.
What's the range?
150 feet. If I'm not wrong. Spike growth range 150 feet.
Yeah, you're probably in range. I mean, you're a bit up in the air, but you're probably.
I mean, at most you can cast
35. Yeah, you can.
in front of them.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So 20-foot radius.
Sure, and that will then put you all into initiative. So.
Yeah. No questions asked. They don't look friendly.
20-foot radius.
Oh, shit.
20-foot radius.
Maybe we should run. Take the ambassador and the emissary to the boat before we start fighting.
This is to slow them down.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay.
Okay. So yeah, you managed to grab a whole bunch of them. So I'd like initiative from everybody. And
oh yes, 23. Oh wait, let me take
you
it
can
down.
do me a favor.
23. I'm
Oh,
also
shit.
23.
Nice.
Oh,
You
what does
go
that mean?
first.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because your dex bonus is higher, so therefore you will go before.
Do me a favor and collate them,
8.
Sheena, while I get
Okay.
the thing ready.
Ed's
21.
21.
Wow, we're all really.
Natural
Except
20.
for me, I'm an 8. I'm
Oh!
distracted by Maktaras.
Haha.
How would you betray me?
You hear there is a sound of a lot of yelling and screaming and sort of the sound of a lot of folks doing some sort of battle by now. Okay, so let's go with this. So we'll take Barra, please.
Barra's initiative is 8.
8? Okay.
Yes.
So, okay.
Where is that?
Sorry, while that's happening, sorry, maybe you could tell me a bit more. About your
Sorry.
parents.
Which one is the wind weaver again?
Okay, and then we're going to
Which
go.
boat is the wind weaver?
Windweaver is the nearer one to us. The
Okay.
nearer one to us. The Dreamweaver we're getting on is the further one.
The smaller one.
The smaller
Yeah.
one,
Okay.
And so your parents, they are. they are. That's how they met in the monastery.
No, they met outside the
And they
monastery.
went into the Swinger Monastery so that they could
Some monks
get
are
it
allowed
on.
to be married. Mine were.
Come on, which roll?
Initiative?
Yes.
21.
And
then Yrsa?
23. Kie is also at 23,
Holy banana milkshakes.
but she's got a much higher blaster
Nice.
units. Yeah.
what else are you allowed to do? Like if you can get married, then what else? Like can you drink?
Yeah, I can.
What? I want to join this religion.
The monks, they don't necessarily have a religion. Sometimes it's just a way of life.
It is.
So I always wondered because I thought it was kind of racist to call Yrsa a barbarian. I mean, she can speak common.
Oh no, I
Okay.
mean, barbarian's an occupation, I suppose.
Wow.
I wouldn't call it an occupation.
It's kind of weird, right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like- It's kind of a racist thing to say.
Working
right?
in the team is my occupation.
Yeah.
Barbarian
Aw.
is just who I am. You know? You must find the bear in the barbarian.
Oh, there's right in the middle. I found it. Barbarian.
Was that your Rafiki moment right there? You must find the bear, the barbarian.
I
Simba.
found it.
Simba.
Okay, here we go. So after that little chat.
I'm not feeling very inspired.
Circle of love. So, on that note, however, what does your spike growth spell do?
For the ground, sprouts hard spikes and thorns. Area becomes difficult terrain for the duration, which is up to 10 minutes.
Okay.
When a creature moves into or within the area, it takes 2d4 piercing damage for every 5 feet it travels.
Okay. Right. So, fine. So this one is going to be on their move, basically. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's pretty good.
And a game recently where I did 24d4 worth of damage to the enemies
Yeah.
of spike growth because they had to walk through it.
Pretty
Wow.
It was just like fireball level damage.
Wow.
Okay, so and you're going to then exclude, I presume, although it overlaps here.
Yeah.
You're going to exclude the immediate.
No, I would have aimed it just the edge of it would be us.
Right.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
1 second. I shall.
Yeah. Back in there. So, we got a bit of time.
There we go. Okay.
So
So,
just like 50
Kier,
back.
it's you to act first after that. You get your one sort of surprise action off, and then it's your turn.
Okay. I can't do much because I have to go close.
Get to the boat. Get to the chopper.
Get to the chopper.
Okay.
Cheryl's giving
Advice
a
on the
bit of a
gods.
hint.
Yeah. Once again, if you're just tuning in,
It is my first game.
yes, Lisa, this is her first game, so she's still not that
Working
familiar
my
with
way
some of the
through.
rules. So, as Cheryl has pointed out, you can hold your attack during a combat round if you wanted to, if you
Yeah.
have nothing to hit.
That
for
means
example.
you hold an you sort of put
What's
an
your
action
dexterity?
that's triggered by
My
another
dexterity
person's
is-
action.
16, so plus 3.
Roll a dice. Just roll a d6.
Okay, roll a d6, roll a d6, 3.
Okay, you're going next.
Alright.
Okay, can I lead the Jamanan and the emissary to the boat?
Yeah, absolutely. You can head down to the boat. You can move. Well, your monkey movement is
Monkey
35,
movement.
35.
so that will get you pretty much down to the steps over here, and then you can then do an additional sort of movement with your action if you want to.
Yes, I would like
That
to.
will then pretty much take you to here. So past where that bosun is on the dock. So you're just positioning yourself to like keep an eye on things from that side. You can't drag them with you, but you can ask them to come with you, and you move at double pace down to there. Is that what you want to do?
Yes, I mean, I can't. Can I bring them to the boat early? No.
I mean, that's kind of what you're doing. You're basically going ahead to kind of, if anyone jumps out or leaps out or does anything, you're there
Right, right.
and they're not. right?
Okay, yeah,
So-
I would like them to follow me.
Sure. So you're clearing the path. Again, got you. All right. So then we then go to. Well, you've got a bonus action if you want one.
Can no,
No, you're
no, yeah.
Cool. Okay, so that's that done. Yrsa, it's you.
Okay, I am going to position myself at the edge of the spike growth. So if they actually, just a little bit further away. So if they come out of the spike growth, I'm gonna hit them.
Okay, so you
Yes.
relatively straightforward come down to about here, which is where the bottom of the steps is. They will have to, in order to come round up to the dock, they have to come along underneath the sort of, not quite under the steps because it's solid stone, but alongside there's a very thin path that will then allow them to get to the steps. And so they'll have to shuffle along through that. That's through the spike growth, and then you're on the other side of that.
Yeah.
So
Then
You try, go ahead.
I'll shout out to the others.
Watch out, they might come from the water as well.
And yeah,
All right.
so I'm readying action to beat the first one that comes within reach.
Okay, so are you raging or not?
No, I'm not
Right.
raging it.
Okay, good to know. So then we have, you hear somewhere else a different horn. This one is a lot more like.
Dang it.
And then you hear an answering horn from sort of almost like the other side of the village. Of like, like they sound much better than my ability to do an impression of a horn. I'd like everybody to know. My years as a Herbie Hancock impersonator have come in very useful. But practically they don't sound like the horns that you heard from the Shadowguard or anyone around
Right.
them. So you presume those are enemy horns coordinating in some
Fair.
way. This is then confirmed when from behind you or from over where you thought you saw something creature, you also then get a this is contemporary jazz, Joe. And I just want you to understand that just because you don't get it doesn't the music is between the notes.
Right.
So how many groups of musicians are there in the forest is the real question.
When you recruit from bards as well.
Oh, they have bards! We're fine!
So we're fine. Damn you, 5th edition, damn you. So
We're gonna be okay.
you will hear Kyo over on one of the boats. In fact, the one that's to the south, which I think we agreed was the Dreamwave.
Windweaver is
Windweaver is the south one. Okay, fine. Thank you for making me look like I'm a good DM. So the Windweaver, the southern one, you see you've seen a few of these folks around, but this is a full plumage kind of like bird person, right? With a deep parrot's beak and a jaunty tricorn hat and like a nice white shirt, like an adamant Prince Charming kind of like with the ruffs and everything. Very nice. But you hear as it sort of like coordinates with another sort of figure that's up in the crow's nest or the parrot's nest, perhaps, who is sort of steadying a crossbow and looking across the water as this one says, just looks across at all of you and says, "Hurry up! Hurry up! Ready to go! Ready to go! Hurry up! Pass the word! Hurry up!" And then holds its action.
Captain Polly says, once a cracker.
Yeah, it's going to be all sorts of trouble here. You kick up a boat in the middle of the water. This is, right. As you then hear sounds of a bit more combat, you hear some more combat sounds again, and then it's coming. It's your turn.
What the shit are these things?
Yeah, what the shit are these things? Can we drag the emissary and the ambassador along?
It's not so much that they're frozen or anything. It's just they haven't had their turn initiative. So
Right.
they are actively moving in that direction. There's nothing to.
Sound good.
Your wall of thorns is not wall of thorns.
Spike
Your
growth.
spike
It's
growth is
concentration.
concentration.
Can't be hexing. They're not hex. Right, I'm going to fire 2 bolts of Eldritch Blast at the closest shambling creature.
Sure, go ahead.
Right. Here we go. Eldritch Blast. Oh, wow. I think I need 21 and 22.
Wow.
Both hit.
Right, the damage. So the D10 plus 4. First one takes 13, the other one takes 12.
But both of them, as you explode one, and then a moment later, the one that's immediately behind us explodes, and sort of like a gory mist for a moment.
Yeah.
Nothing particularly.
Move 30 feet. So firing as I move backwards.
So you're like doing the old Han Solo, get to the Millennium Falcon kind of like, absolutely. That's exactly the sort of the vibe that's happening here.
Finger pistol style.
As we then go to come back to the Jamana, who begins to make a solid move down to here, then up here, and follows Kie. Doesn't have quite the same amount of movement, but gets pretty close to where Kie was. Where then you hear the sound of some more battle somewhere else. You hear strange cries that you've not used to, right? These are not sort of like, these don't entirely sound like the sort of yells and screams that you're used to, sort of over that battle. As you then have, what? You went? I inverted some initiative. It was the one in the crow's nest that went earlier. So he's now looking across, and he takes a with a crossbow, and it takes a shot at one of these feet. Ooh, great hit! And you see there's a crossbow bolt that sort of sticks out of one of the ones that's walking across your spiky field. Not enough to knock them over or damage them, but there's just a large crossbow bolt that's stuck into it. Very little reaction for a creature that's got a crossbow bolt stuck into it. You would expect there to be a lot more, hey, I have a crossbow bolt in me, kind of anything, right? Instead, it's just like, just moving, continuously lurching forward. He's killed.
See zombies.
Zombies see you. And so, you then also hear a bit more in the way of, again, distant yelling and fighting, as now the first of these creatures makes its move 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not quite getting to Yrsa.
How many hexes does it move?
Yeah, indeed, 6. So
6. So that's 12d4.
You're just gonna double it? Or?
So this is 4, 7. And I just triple it. I roll 4, that's 7. So 21.
2 just falls over dead.
From walking.
Yeah.
Spike growth.
It's one of these different spikes just kind of like stuck and just like almost the spike grows their way up this creature, so by the time it's sort of like crossed over a load of them, it's just borne down into like more of these spikes that just like continuously just pull it down into the grass and cocoon it.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. Ever.
Roll again.
Oh, okay. How many? Same distance?
This one moves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 again.
6. So this is 4 times 3. So this is 5. 5, 10 times 3, 30.
Yeah,
Wow.
That was easy.
how much damage? Why times 3?
2d. Did it? How many hexes did he walk through?
6.
6. So 6 times 2d4 is 12d4.
So he's rolling 4.
So I'm rolling 4 and then multiplying by 3.
Oh, I see. Okay, and in fairness, it's the same, but that's fine. Rolling 12 dice is a pain in d4s, right? So it's fine. We'll do. It's certainly 12 d4 is. Well, don't even bother rolling because they have like 10 hit points.
Ah.
So if they move 6, they're dead. So they will, in the course of their movement, the grass just pulls them down as it does so, right? So we then get over to the emissary.
Hey, it's my growth.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Sorry, Barra, it's you for the emissary.
Oh shit! All right, is there one thing left?
No, it is also.
They're all dead.
They're all dead.
All right.
They all have
amazing.
reasonable initiative rolls, and then they.
Wow. Okay. I guess I. So can I So I hear the sort of horns from the water. Let me know if this is an action or if it's a free action.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just listen to the weird horns that were from the village. And then I just sort of run around the edge of the water and I duplicate the sound of horns.
Okay. With what intention?
No, I'm just using my voice.
with any intention or just for shits and giggles?
Just to I'm tending to confuse the signals that is sending each other.
Okay, so you would want to do that as an action then.
Okay.
Like so it would be a deception check.
Yeah. And deception check. lucky my deception is pretty high. I realized I forgot to level up on paper. But so
It's 14.
The new sheet.
it's
Plus 9.
yeah, new C-sheet doesn't reflect it.
Oh.
So really enough. Yeah. So that is it's 14. I think it's a 14.
There you go.
Yeah.
14.
14. You hear a confused and another one that goes
It's a bard off.
There's clearly you've caused some confusion there. It's
Yay.
unclear what, but I think from a practical perspective, you've probably you may have saved a few lives there. So
Okay.
Bardageddon.
bargain.
Okay, and then I run.
Sure, and you're going to basically head the same way as
North.
Kier?
North.
Yeah, no, I mean basically towards the ambassadorial ship.
Cool.
I don't think I will run past the ambassadorial ship. Yeah, it's just to make sure that they're okay. I mean that there's somebody there.
Yeah, I have your blazing chest still open.
Oh.
That's why the triangle of light is there.
Yeah.
Okay, as we then we can get down here.
You're gonna get a magic item. That's a chest plate of light.
The blazing chest happens. So there is you see that the emissary kind of runs down here. Use a second action to get over here. Actually, sorry, at the point you'd have been here, Barra, because you used your action for the
Yeah.
so yeah, you wouldn't have had the second action move. Come on, it's your turn.
Oh, I moved 30 feet just now, right?
Okay.
So I'll just complete the movement. I'll just keep moving towards the ship.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but
Move action.
did you cast or did you do anything else? Oh, you Eldritch Blast. That's right.
Yeah,
Sorry, that's
I'll
right.
just blast it.
Got it. Makes sense. Okay. And then you're going to use the move action. So you
move and dash.
kind of get to about here. Otherwise, you're going to have to push sort of Ambassador Jamana off the side, and that's probably a bit.
Let's not do that.
Yeah.
All right, I'm done. Thank you.
No worries. So, okay, you then actually see, interestingly enough, across, you hear his voice going, "Fall back in order. By the arms. Cover each other. Take time. Let the sailors out first." And you just hear some loud voice resounding from above you, and you can
Oh,
hear
we've
it quite
heard this
clearly.
one before.
Yes, indeed. That's part of the reason why.
That means they're not holding the village, or either that, or they've been overrun a bit.
So,
Let's hope the attackers were just as incompetent as we were.
Hey, we were very competent.
We couldn't kill a cross.
I tried my
Yeah.
best.
it's your turn.
I really just want to get the emissary and the ambassador on the boat.
So it is maybe a move and a half to get them on the boat.
Because we have to.
Like you could run to the boat and touch it
Yeah.
and run a little bit back in that time, but they are a bit slower than you are.
Politicians.
Yeah.
No cardio.
No. Yeah, I have. Yeah, I guess I'll do that. No, I just want to get them onto the boat. I mean, there's nothing for us to fight anymore, right?
Okay, so you head over to
That we can see.
head over to the boat. So it's a little bit north of there, and you can see there is a large and very almost making this huge. This boat is big, but almost making this huge, maybe 60, 70 foot boat look like a canoe. Right, is a very large minotaur with one leg, and the leg is replaced with a peg on the other one. Right, and he's wearing a fine brocade coat with buttons and buttons and everything else. And he goes, and he says, looks at you, and he goes, "Hey, yes, ask permission to come aboard granted. By all means. Hurry up, get on here, get where it's safe."
Thank you. Thank you.
You don't have any movement left, just so you know.
Okay.
But yes, you just see there's the big sort of miniature captain, bosun, whatever, first mate you don't know, but he's sort of like just a very imposing figure with a peg leg. we go to Yrsa. You're second.
Okay, so given that the spike growth is doing its job, I'm going to start moving towards the boat. But I will take my action to dodge actively in case anything, tries to attack. They get disadvantage.
Okay. So you will get.
Keeping limber on my feet.
Yeah. So you're about here, I want to say.
I move 40 feet now because I'm a barbarian.
Right. You'd have to push the emissary out of the way after those. So
I am not gonna do that. I'm actually gonna take up the end of the pier. Then.
So you've got your sort of blocking off any. Yep, makes sense.
Yep,
Okay,
yep.
cool. All good.
Oh, I can't get on.
Oh, you can. There's steps up. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm actually going to block off Barra's escape. So we then go to
No space in the manger.
So you hear a funny noise.
Oh no.
How do you have funny noises?
No, there is no more bardic noises. In this case, however, though, reaching and clambering over the edge of the bottom dock, you see a
Fishbowl.
strange trident-bearing creature with strong fangs and webbed feet, kind of like reach up with its clawed hands, and just sort of just like muscle its way up onto the surface, and like pulls out its trident, stabs it in, stands up strong, and sort of looks straight down at you. Hefts its trident and then hurls it at you.
At me? At me?
You?
Yes! Okay. He has disadvantage because I'm dodging.
Oh yes, that's right. We rolled a 14 and a 15, so let's see what the two pluses are.
Oh no.
Nervous.
AC's 20.
Come on. Come on.
Yeah, no, we'll see. It is. As the internet winds to a halt.
Loading.
I'm going to say it's a miss, and we're going to move on from there, because that's fine, because what's the point of waiting for the internet to tell me it's a miss? So it misses, but you see the spike trident kind of comes over you, and it sort of jams into the side of the wall, and you look at it, and you look across to it, and you see that him readying a net of some sort, as if getting ready to throw it, but it doesn't, because it will take a next action. So as you do so, then it is now you see off to your now would be your left here, where the other boat is, where the Windweaver is, right? You can see that the plumed captain kind of steps forward and just goes and pulls out another crossbow, smaller one, much smaller one, kind of aims it across at the one that shot you, Yrsa. You see that at the corner of your eye as well. He's a bit optimistic on range. Let's see if he hits. Just outside.
It's just disadvantage.
Hits.
Impressive.
Okay, well, not impressive amount of damage. Literally, it's the flash wound.
Okay, that's fine. I appreciate the effort.
Indeed. As we then go to... You hear the sounds of further combat happening. You start to see a few people begin to come down the steps. Mostly sailors. But every now and then you'll hear a cry from above as you do notice one of the sailors slips and stumbles down and actually falls down the sides of the steps. Right? Some of his colleagues kind of grab him, and he can't tell if he's hurt or not, but he's obviously not walking by himself that much. Come on, it's you.
Okay. Who's after me on the initiative pass?
I think it's
It
Barra.
might be the ambassadors.
Okay.
Or the emissaries.
Alright, let's not do stupid things. I just Eldritch Blast the one that attacked Yrsa.
Net boy.
Net boy. 2 bolts. Here we go. 16. Go for it.
16 is a hit.
Alright, eat some damage. How much do you eat? This much! I rolled down 10.
Ooh.
20.
28 damage.
Oh, you're the MVP of this. Of this
28
battle.
damage. You,
Two red dots converge on between his eyes and he goes,
yeah.
Wow.
Boom. His head is exploded.
Oh, wow.
That's one shot, one kill.
Come on, shots. Get to the ship!
Get to the chopper. So you have an Arnie moment from Kaman as he yells. Head just literally like these two beams of force just evaporate as it falls to the ground. The neck kind of like softly just billows over the top of his form.
And Kaman shouts, I told you, there's something wrong with the sea! And then moves towards the Dreamwave. 30 feet.
Sure. And so you're going to actually this guy would have moved. It's his turn, so he goes to here. And here. Okay. So you can jump into the water and head over to the Dreamwave, or you can carry on over the dock. The dock is easier.
Yeah, Doc.
Okay. So
I don't want to be too fancy. I don't want her to think that I'm a bad guy too.
kind of gets to about there.
That's true, you are blue.
Yes.
Yeah.
Blue indeed.
I'm done.
Okay, as not that far from where you came up, another creature makes itself appear.
Ay, ay, ay.
And this character is called Hardworking Malbiala.
Nabiala!
So
We were expecting you.
Indeed. Hardworking Malbiala, on the other hand, looks around and takes a good stare, has a look, see who will shoot, and will shoot at Ambassador Jemana.
No!
Son of a mother.
Which one is the ambassador again?
I think it's the one in front.
I think she's high level than us, so we should be okay.
She's meant to be high mage of Sivilai.
There's a bitch icon.
Unless it was just a title
Yeah.
and not an actual
Why she's so
qualification.
She's
The high mage, cause you know.
It's kind of like how
She's
you know.
tall.
Yeah,
She's the height
She's
mage.
the tall
She's the height mage. Does hit Ambassador Jemana.
Oh no.
And,
Shield. She casts shield, right?
very nice.
That's a reaction.
As you see that this sort of thing, this long jagged javelin kind of comes across the air and just like scrapes across the top of the hooded covering. In fact, maybe the hooded covering blocked some of peripheral vision, but as it does so, it kind of snags it, and it kind of you see this little spurt of like greenish yellow kind of blood kind of come loose from underneath her chitin. As we then go to, in fact, Ambassador Jemana's turn, who moves to here and then turns and looks at the annoying one that sort of shot at it and points a finger and a dart of flame just like comes out of a finger and just like shoots at this creature, doing
D10.
hitting and doing
3D10?
9 points of damage. Very nice.
Yeah.
So doesn't take it down too hard though, which is a shame. As another one of these
Oh
creatures.
no.
What's the name of this one?
Just keep like.
This one is Imaginative Hautos.
Haltos.
Imaginative altars.
I can't.
So it's a halter, but very imaginatively made.
Wait, where is the imaginative Haltos coming out of?
1 second, let's show you.
Okay.
Imaginative Hautos clambers up the side over here.
Oh.
Where?
No.
Oh.
Oh.
Standing between the emissary, Actoras, and the boat that the person attempted to escape on. And Hautos will
Oh my.
also attempt to throw a javelin at Maktaras.
No.
Rolling. Oh, no, this is, whoa.
Everything.
That javelin came a long way.
That works. Yeah, I think yes. Okay.
Attacked in real
It's all right,
life.
folks. Everything's fine here. Nothing but the highest build quality on this set. Sorry about that. Is it okay? It's, did in fact hit Taras with this large sort of spiked, jagged javelin.
Let's hope it's all not poison.
Doing.
Otherwise, our politicians are dead.
I guess I'm making my report to my boss then. Hello? Yeah, they died.
Oh
Okay, as Taras takes a good solid stab through, and this javelin just sticks there, and there's a moment of just like, as you can see the uncertainty of Matras's face, as then she kind of grabs one side of the javelin and just like slams her wrist into the other side of it to snap off the haft, leaving the embedded javelin in the shoulder, lowers her head, and then attempts to charge through.
Wow.
2, 3.
Hit me with your best shot, she shouts, I guess.
This creature will also get a opportunity attack.
Oh no.
Fortunately, I missed with those shots.
Oh,
Taras is
thank God.
okay, rolling a 3 and a 4 on that dice.
Doesn't have a reaction anymore.
Indeed, it has no reaction. We then have a moment for.
Is our cross coming towards us?
Akras seems to be rallying the defense.
Okay.
Like you occasionally hear a bit of his voice kind of from above going, "No, not that one. Aim for the one with the," and you hear like little snippets and stuff of him coordinating his team. Right? You after a while, and you do see that the team is coming around on the palisade fence. So you see there are 7 or 8 Shadow Guardians now already, just still on the palisade fences, but on this side of it, so the dock side, high up, right? So like 30 meters or so, right at the top of these things, right? And they are just very professionally, some of them are kneeling, some of them are standing, they'll shoot, they'll reload, they'll shoot.
What are they shooting at?
You can't tell. It's on the other side, it's in the village. So you can just hear them, you just see them shooting and reloading, but it's on the other side of where you are.
Can we? Oh, because we can't see where they're aiming upwards or anything like that.
No, they're not. Because they are, they're up from you. They're on the top of the wall, right? In fact, all the way at the top of the village. You're at the bottom of the cliff. So you've kind of walked down the sandstone steps. So you're now down on the beach, as it were, just slightly above that. And they're aiming from on top of a fence back into the village.
Got it.
Oh, wow. So clearly there's something that's overrunning the village, and they're trying to buy as much time for everybody as possible.
Go.
It is your turn now, Barra.
All right. Okay. So I'm gonna take my movement 30 feet first to go up the little wooden
The
thing.
boat walk.
Oh yeah.
The boat wall.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay,
30
really
feet.
fast.
30 feet will put you right in combat range of this dude.
No, then I will not do
Okay,
that.
25 feet puts you here. All right.
And then I will look at the thing that is on the pier to my right,
Yeah.
and I start singing a song into his brain. It's my dissonant whispers.
Oh yeah.
Okay, here we go. Looking for some hot stuff, baby, this evening. Looking for some hot stuff, baby, tonight. I'm looking for some hot stuff, baby, this evening. Gotta get some loving. Gotta get some love tonight.
Go. What do I need to say? Wisdom?
Yes, your wisdom 16.
I roll 1 in real life.
16.
No, hang on. Hang on, where's my DC again? Shit.
Spell save DC.
Yeah.
Which is your latest sheet?
It's not good. Just what is the current one?
Spell save DC should be 16.
Should be 16.
16?
Yeah.
So I rolled 16 on the dice, but I get a -1 penalty.
Oh, why?
So, as this sort of strange fish-like creature, it's like, it's actually got a fish's head and body, right? So,
3d6 psychic damage.
she starts dancing, like Donna Summer. But
It doesn't have a reaction to move, unfortunately.
And it gets pushed away.
No, it-
from
it-
you?
Oh, no.
this is the one on the right, right? So that one does have a reaction.
Oh yeah, it does. Immediately use this reaction if available to move as far as the speed allows away from you.
Okay, so
So 3d6.
Yeah, okay, so rolling the d6 for damage first.
Swim
3d6.
away.
Yeah.
Swim away from this madness.
Takes
Not
5
great,
damage.
5 damage.
it's unfortunate, and it then jumps into the water and swims away in some direction.
Make the singing
He left the concert.
And just using my bonus action,
Mhm.
I will bardic the person who is going after me, who I believe is Yrsa.
No, okay.
No.
Kier's next.
Yeah, my
So-
second favorite party member. Right.
There are only 4 of us in this party.
Wait a minute, doesn't that mean...
You're back to being at the bottom again.
Okay. So transitioning from a dissonant sort of song, I'm suddenly sorry. Get out, don't dream it's over, not yet. Get out, take out your bow and shoot the enemies, yeah. You know about the inspiration.
She's a monk though, she stabs things and punches. Oh.
Okay, so in fact, it is now your turn, Kier.
The thing next to Kaman to his left is a
The
monster.
ambassador.
Oh no, the ambassador.
Don't stab that one.
Where's the closest monster to me?
The closest monster to you is just about. Yeah, that's right. You've exactly.
That's the only
Yeah.
valid target.
Third from the top.
I think the only pulling thing I can do is the water whip, but will it go through all those people?
Well, I
You
kind
could
of don't
also-
want you to pull it closer to the ambassador. Either. Because,
Right. So I guess I should move down.
If you wanted, you could jump into the maybe not a good idea into the water or
No, it doesn't have reaction, so you can just walk through it.
You can just walk up to it and punch it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that.
I mean, I don't know if you've got the movement for the sub
she's at
but,
35.
I'm 35.
feet.
Yeah.
35. Let's have a look.
She's the fastest halfling in all of us.
You have enough movement. You can just walk up to it and punch it.
Yeah.
Okay, I decide to go right up to it.
Make an acrobatics check for me.
Okay.
I just need to check that you're not going to knock anyone out the way and you do your part.
I rolled a 1, so I can roll again.
Oh, you're
Oh,
half-
yeah.
Oh,
Wait,
thank
One
God.
very important thing, she's a half.
I know. I had a moment of excitement on my face, and then it was like, no.
No,
actually-
because they're all larger than her, right?
Yeah, so I can go
Oh
through.
yes, that's right.
Yeah, so I
she
can go
doesn't
through.
need to anyway. She can
Yeah,
just
yeah.
move through them as if, right? So like you wouldn't have needed to make that change. So one of the things about halflings is they can just like wander through medium-sized people as if they're not there, because it's hacks. Now, so you make your way into this. Now, as you get close to this creature, you find that this is a strange and odd-looking being. As in, it looks to be mostly like the head of a fish, right? But it's sort of like a head of a fish that's looking down on you. So across the body of some sort of humanoid-ish but scaled mer creature. But then it's got arms that appear to be very human, right? As in like humanish, like ending in wicked claws, holding a trident in one hand and gills flapping.
We're used to gills. So come on.
But it doesn't flap like that in my mind. Okay.
No.
These are
they're very
like
subtle.
AC vents.
Sea elf gills are subtle.
I see. Less flappy.
Okay, so I decide to use my. No, I'll take an unarmed strike. I think I get 2.
Okay.
Yeah, so I use my arm and kind of punch the gills on one side, and I try to trip him with my foot in the other direction to kind of spin him off balance and hopefully into the water.
Okay, cool. Go ahead. Make a. I'd say that's probably like the trip will be athletics, so we'll come to that. But make an attack with the attack roll first.
you got bardic if you want.
Wait, no,
16
16.
so far.
So
16 to hit.
Yeah.
So
the
do you
damage
damage?
is 6, 5,
You got bardic if you want.
9
Yeah, you can use body
for
for
the
damage.
first one.
You doing body as well for damage?
Not yet.
Okay, alright, so 9
I'll
points
do the
damage.
second one.
Yep.
Second one is a 9
Hit.
plus 8. So that is 2 plus 5. So total, just now was what? 9? 9 plus 7.
So 7 damage.
16 damage.
So you hit
Two
with the second
attacks.
one, did you?
Yeah.
Okay. So 16 damage. So it's another 7. Fine. Okay. Yeah. It's you definitely reach out and you kind of grab one of the gills and you try and trip it. It takes the damage, but you don't actually manage to like
Flip
knock it
over.
off balance or anything like that. It's quite a strong and sturdy creature, but it's painful. It's also very gross. Your hands are now covered in
Oh no.
Oh,
strange,
Keen.
goopy fish slime that seems to have built up around the gills.
Jeez. Ghouls now gills.
It's all the G's.
Okay, but oh wait, can
Okay,
I,
but
is this a oh
Can I
no.
put new clothes on?
Okay.
Will this hand never smell?
But this little hand never been sweet again.
Don't use your hands to eat.
Okay, I think I'm done for now.
Okay. As we go to Yrsa, it's your turn.
Alrighty. Given that I am not a halfling, I am going to athletically jump using Barra as my, like cheerleaders, how they. Barra, bounce me!
Alright, come on!
I rage, I rush forward, I jump off Barra and try to land between her and the creature.
Okay, so bonus action rage. I'm going to get a acrobatics check from you, but you get it with advantage because Barra's basically going to be your.
Can I do an athletics instead of
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, so wait, I get advantage.
No.
Fine. This would be. Oh wait, it's a strength check.
Yeah.
So because I am raging,
You do get advantage on it.
I do get
I take it
advantage.
back. You get advantage.
Okay, 9 plus athletics 7, so that's 16.
Plenty. So yeah, you manage to like Barra, and Barra looks at you kind of like a. And just at the last moment, almost like goes like fine, and then ducks down, and you kind of barrel roll over Barra's back, kind of like in that sort of like a like you used to at school, right? You
Yeah.
sort of like do rolls over each other's backs and stuff like that. So you roll over, and then you're there, battle axe ready, straight in front of you with this fish creature.
Okay, and then I give it the good 1-2 as I attack recklessly.
Go ahead.
First attack is an 8 plus 7, so that's
15.
thank you.
That
didn't get it.
is 1 second. Just a hit. Yeah.
Alrighty, it takes 5 damage.
Okay.
And my second attack is 19
Wow.
plus 7, so that's a definite hit. We take 7 plus 4. So it's 11 damage.
Thank you, Cheryl. It is in fact a Barra roll. So the second one was how much damage? I'm sorry. I was kind of stunned by that joke. 17.
Me too. Oh yeah, it does, huh?
Rim shot.
Yeah, no, Frobisher made a very good
Yeah.
observation, which that right now, you look like a
Yeah. The glint from
toothpaste
my,
advertisement.
lit up chest plate, reflecting on my beautiful shiny teeth.
So the second was how much damage?
7 plus 4, 11 damage.
So the second shot was 11, or total damage 11.
Total damage. Oh no, second damage was 11. The first one was 5, I believe.
It's looking pretty hurt.
Oh God, isn't it dead?
Yeah, so like it's as you realise, part of what you've done is you've cut away chunks of its gills and other things. You realise it's starting to struggle with
Oh,
breathing air.
Okay, given that it looks quite badly injured, I'm gonna twist my axe a little bit more. Fury of the Smog!
Go ahead.
Please take another 5 damage.
That's enough. As
Oh
you,
yeah.
Finally.
manage to twist your sort of axe into it, having done the barrow roll. Sorry, I had to get on that joke. And it sort of falls over as you kick it away from your weapon. It falls over onto the dockside below.
Awesome.
Okay.
All right.
And I'm done.
That's you. Okay, so you then have half a heartbeat as it goes over here. The Jemana manages to make it onto the boat. Yay!
There's nothing in the water.
Kaman, it's you.
This is forever.
Okay. I'm gonna move towards the boat and ready an action to attack any
Which boat? Dreamweaver or Windweaver or Dreamweaver?
Dreamwave. Okay. So I'll move 30 feet towards it, and then radiant action to Eldritch Blast any hostile creature that comes within range.
Okay. Done. Alright. Then we go to, I think it's Barra, it's your turn.
Right. Okay. I simply insult the thing that's in the water. Can I see it?
No, well, it's off the map basically.
Oh, right.
So it is it's sort of moved away from you 30 feet. So it's basically now.
Yrsa.
It's gonna fit. It's about 55 feet away from you right now.
55 feet. Give me 1 second. Okay. Can I combine my message with
Message only is 30 feet.
No, message has
Oh, it's 120
20
feet.
because I would have known where I
You
knocked
can't
it.
use your message to do vicious mockery. No. No, sorry. I'm just getting right on that one.
What's the range of Vicious Mockery?
Vicious mockery is
60 feet.
Are you just in range if you wanted to do vicious mockery this time?
Alright, so okay, so okay, sure. So I just sort of like insulted, like, hey, you're a fishwife. You're sort of you're really unglamorous and you've got a loud voice. I'm not good at insulting people because I'm a really nice person. But your mother's a piece of shit.
Classic.
And vicious mockery.
DC 16 Wisdom save.
No, you're looking at Disney Whispers. I'm
looking at Vicious Mockery.
Vicious mockery. Yes.
I failed it regardless.
Take
How much
D4.
damage am I doing?
D4.
D4 damage.
Takes
1
psychic
damage.
You hear.
Piece of shit! You mean your mother's a piece of shit?
Why?
And then I run towards I run as far towards the dreamwave as will allow, which is not I can't because I'll have to athletics past all these people, right?
Acrobatics.
Acrobatics. Can't.
Yeah, it might be a little hard for you to do this. You can try and run along the side, right?
Right.
But that's going to require I would say acrobatics check.
Oh man.
Are we not allowing the squeezing past friendlies?
In general,
Yeah.
it's okay. In certain circumstances, like a slippery dockway in combat, I'm going to make it a little bit difficult.
Run!
So you can do it. You just need a check to do it.
Okay.
So yeah, make an acrobatics check if you want.
Acrobatics check. Sure, I'm doing
It's
it.
not going to be hard to do. It's just going to require if you fuck it up, there's a good chance of consequences.
Sure.
21.
Ooh.
Absolutely.
Wow.
You manage to just sort of like run alongside here, pretty easily get yourself over to about here.
The 19 is right next to the 1 on the D20.
Yes. Okay. So there I am. All right. Yes. That's my turn.
Okay. And I've imagined you've pirouetted around to look back to glare out everybody with delight.
Yeah. After I
Look, it's
land
me. Come this way. Turn the fucking lights on.
with my sigil there. Don't forget.
Everyone falls in the water.
The musical note on the fish.
It
you want
is now
sotong?
going
Get
to
sotong.
be the turn of
Like the sotong come.
by just about getting onto the boat as well is the emissary and like manages to scrabble on and just strength check from you, Kaman. Just
Me?
to help her get on.
Oh, strength check.
Push her.
Plus 0.
Throw her on.
17.
Wow.
It's very lucky because she felt hers,
Oh.
so you just managed to get her onto the boat. Right? Like literally she was about to keel off the side and you managed to go, whoa, no, and prop her up and like keep her going. So that was that. So she starts this jagged javelin in the shoulder and like kind of like staggers onto the boat.
Oh.
It is now going to be actually it's Cross's turn. As you see from the top of the steps, you can now see the majority of sailors are making their way down, and Cross and his guards are like slowly coming down, like every 3 or 4 steps, and so and you begin to see actually coming over the top and around the side and up from the water.
Oh shit.
Tens of these different creatures that were creeping up the side to you. As Cross just yells over and says, "Go get Melina! Just get moving now!" And he starts slowly moving back. Goes, "We'll be fine. Let us do our jobs. You do yours."
Okay.
Okay.
As the Shadowguard just begins to start making its way along with the various sailors down the road here, the captain of the Windweaver looks over and goes, "Get on board! Pieces of eight." No, says, "Get on board! Ready to go! Ready to go! Cast off! Cast off!" And you see there's a couple of other sailors that then just go to the beginning of the Windweaver and start like pulling up a couple of ropes and removing things. There's a hurried hive of activity as a few more grab boat hooks and start running around the back and the front of it, just keeping a clear eye over the side to see if anything else is coming up the way that a few people have already, right? I'm going to roughly say, can I get a dexterity saving throw from everybody, please?
Nat 20.
Nice.
23 total.
22.
15
Oh, wow.
plus 8, 23.
Perfect. So that's
20.
That's all impeccable rolls, right? And that's kind of, in some ways, what I was hoping for, which is that you all, having been given instructions by a crust, and you all have your poise back, having got the ambassador and the emissary onto the boat. Is there any reason you guys want to stay where you are, or are you going to pile onto the Windweaver?
The Dreamwave.
The Dreamwave.
Dreamwave.
Dreamwave is where the ambassador and emissary.
No. They
Or did I get this wrong?
Yeah.
Shit. Then you put them on the wrong boat.
Yeah.
I have the Windweaver is on the south.
Yeah, correct. It was nearer.
Yeah, that's the one that was going to take you guys.
We're going to the Dreamwave, right?
Yeah,
You told us that the nearer one was for the ambassador.
Oh. All right. Fine. These are minor details.
Okay.
I was wrong. The nearer one is for you guys. The
Oh,
further one's for the ambassador.
no.
That's fine though. You got the ambassador and the emissary to my mistake, but you got the ambassador and the emissary to the right place, and
Okay.
yeah, you can now go to this one. Otherwise, the bird captain's going to have to change boat, and that's going to be really confusing for everybody. So,
Okay. I'm just going to stay on the side of the boat.
okay.
I will ready an action the moment I see if I see that enemies are coming from behind Akras's team. I'm going to yell as loud as I can, "Don't look behind you," and I'm going to cast Hypnotic Pattern.
Perfect. That will happen. So I'm going to absolutely let you do that. Anyone else want to do anything cinematically?
If there's an opportunity to, once the last man clears the line, spike growth happens behind him.
Okay. Fine. So you're going to hold a spike growth. You're going to hold a hypnotic pattern. Anyone else?
I'm just gonna go stand by one side of the boat to check for anybody trying to board us.
Got it. So you kind of leap on board the boat, and you kind of start looking down the sides, and then start looking around the front, and you can see already, even just by you jumping on, as light as you are by frame, right? You're sort of still pretty sort of robust, and you jump on, and you can see that the ship is pretty much ready to go, right? It's like it's rigged for a sail, and you can see people running up and down the mainsails ready to go, and certainly the jibs up. Okay. And yourself?
I like to climb up to like the highest point of the ship just to get a bird's eye view of anything that might be attacking us as we are leaving.
Up to the crow's nest?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the crow's nest is already occupied,
Okay.
right? But you can, if you want to,
I
get
can
to just
hang from
below
it,
it.
yeah.
You can hang underneath it. There's a cross strut. I'll need an acrobatics check for you, please.
Monkey movement.
Monkey movement.
Oh, wait.
Ayo.
No, it's the one I'm rolling in.
Oh.
Monkey
Halfling
movement.
hacks. Halfling hacks.
15 plus 8 is 22.
Yeah, so you sort of begin to climb up, and there's a moment where you just kind of basically miss one of the ropes, and you kind of completely fluff it, right? And then you just sort of manage to, with a combination of nimbleness and just a little stroke of luck, like there's the mast is kind of moving around, as the jib kind of moves, another rope kind of comes literally to where you were, and you just grab hold of that, and you kind of steady yourself and pull up, and then just carry yourself up further, and then you make yourself up to the top spar just below the crow's nest. As the creature in the crow's nest kind of like sticks its head over and just goes, "Lucky! Splat you would have been." And cool. So that's you two done. You're holding actions, and exactly as we were describing, as you come, so you see that Akras and his team begin moving back, and they sort of just block the steps as much as possible. It's remarkable. Akras has a big shield out, and so is one of the others. And every now and then, some form of javelin kind of comes in, either Akras or one of his other kind of like Shadowguard can often stand in front of something, and it's almost like the shield attracts these javelins and stuff as they clang into it, and he imposes himself. Sometimes he'll take a blow, sometimes the other one will take like a stab or something for it. But they manage to successfully defend each other as they make their way back down. But you just start seeing it's like these torrents. Like all of a sudden, there's 5 and 10, and then you look up at the top of the palisade, and there's like 8 or 9 hostile faces leering down at you, hissing, right? And then coming through and down that sort of sandstone steps, 4 or 5 more. One of them, particularly larger and more vicious, pulls a giant coral-edged scimitar out, right? Coming up from the side again, you still see more as they begin to come up onto the dock, as you were, as a crust makes it to the front of the steps of the dock, right? So you're yelling, "Don't look back." And casting hypnotic pattern.
Yeah, and basically, a hypnotic pattern has it's a 30-foot cube, and it affects people within the cube. So if I can see these enemies popping up and they are within 120 feet, that's where I would focus my.
Okay, so 30-foot cubes. So it's 30 by 30 by 30. So let's see. So you're kind of looking.
I would aim them so they don't hit the soldiers.
Of course, absolutely.
Especially if they're on the treetops and they're within 120 feet, then that's what I would do.
So that is roughly the 30-foot cube area. So it's huge, right?
So nifty.
Yeah. So that could be like that will get a whole bunch of people. There's a chunk that's over here. I haven't moved them all because it would just take me too long. There's a chunk that's over here, and then there's a chunk that are over here. Now, across, most of the soldiers are now on the dock. Across is basically down at the bottom of the dock. I will move him because I can. And he is sort of he and another one of the shadow guards, who you'd briefly been introduced earlier. His name is Patrick, right? So across and Patrick are like at the bottom of the steps, shields up, right? And they're like sort of beginning to back up the steps, realizing that they're holding their shields above their head, and so they're just it's kind of difficult for them both, but they're managing to give each other cover as they do so. They are looking back that way because they don't really have any choice.
Oh, but as long as they're not in the cube. Actually.
They're not in the cube. Okay, cool. Go to it.
Okay.
What does it do?
You have to roll. Every creature inside has to roll. Make a wisdom savings roll 16. If they fail, they become charmed, which means they're incapacitated and they have a speed of 0.
Wisdom saving throw 16, huh?
Yeah. So every creature in there.
Okay, so I'm going to roll 1 dice for every 10 of them.
Whoa. That's a lot of people.
But even more.
Oh no.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
What happens? Do I see a bunch of
What does your
frozen...
hypnotic pattern look like?
It looks like a fish riding a musical note. Which is and it's going kind of bloop, 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 bloop. Yeah, that's what it's doing.
A huge number of these creatures just stare up in trance, saying,
That's what too much screen time will do to your kids.
as they just look up at this miraculous fish and that's speaking to them on some abstract level. Oh, it only affects creatures inside that.
Yeah.
Oh, fine. So it's not quite all of them that then failed their save because some of them are outside that area. But all of them that are in by, which is probably a good 20 or so, right? That are near enough to be able to be affected by it. Like all of them failed, and they all.
Oh, that's great.
And they stood stock still, just kind of like.
Right, and just to let you know, so basically the spell keeps on going. It's concentration up to 1 minute. They can roll at the end of all of their turns. No. Spell ends if it takes any damage or if somebody uses an action to shake this creature out of its stupor. So, yeah.
Got it. But someone who's not in stupor needs to do that to them. Right?
Yeah.
Perfect. Makes great sense. Okay. So, and you, what were you doing?
Spike growth.
Spike growth. Where are you doing your spike growth?
Wherever the space is at the edge of the steps. So basically, south of wherever the steps leading up to the pier is.
So kind of there, basically.
Yes, 20-foot radius. It's kind of huge.
So that's just when they're shaken awake, you have to go like, oh shit.
If anybody wants to reach them to shake them,
Well, I was just wondering, the fact that it says that anything that starts their turn in there takes the damage, right?
no. Only when it moves into or within. So if they don't move, they're fine.
If they don't move, so basically if you cast it and they don't move, there's no
They're
effect.
fine.
Got it. All right, fine. So yeah, I mean that's where the green circle is, and Across and Patrick are actually above that because they're on the steps on the way up. So yeah, absolutely no problem. It's that's laid down perfectly. I'm kind of going to say at this point that with the extra time you bought them plus everything else, like a minute is effectively 10 rounds. So that's more than enough time for the sailors and Across to make it back to the ships.
Nice.
Which is pretty amazing because I wasn't actually expecting that to happen. So it's kind of awesome, right? It's really awesome. Because I really didn't want Across to die. They make it across, and
No NPC left behind.
one of the ones that makes it over to your boat, not very many others, a few of the sailors come in, but one of the ones that makes it over to your boat is Ellen, right? Who's coming with you to make sure that you kind of get there appropriately. You manage to get onto your boat, and the captain kind of welcomes you all on, and you see Across's boat kind of pull away, right? And start to head off. And so as you kind of pull away and start to head off, and you head off in slightly different directions, as you look back and you start to see your sort of beautiful fish music sort of like illusion start to fade, right? And you see your spike growth kind of take effect as these creatures start moving, and you see the little...
It lasts for 10 minutes.
Sorry?
Spike growth.
Yeah, but the hypnotic growth doesn't. So the spike growth is starting to kill people
Oh,
as they
shit.
pass through it, right? As you're kind of maintaining concentration, kind of keep eyeline on it, right?
And I glance at the lighthouse. Is anything happening around the lighthouse?
It's just putting up, like,
No, the creature's heading towards it.
not that you can tell. It's quite a distance away now, right? You're moving at a relative pace now, and you're moving faster and faster. Nothing you can see moving towards the lighthouse, right? That'd be curious. As you start to move even further, it's never actually clear about how concentration works with distance effects and spells.
Yeah, right.
For this particular case, I'm going to rule that you still have good line of sight for a few minutes, which is more than enough narratively to allow us to kind of like, blur over the top of it, right? Which is, it buys you enough time to make a bit of a getaway, right? But you feel your spell end at some point because you start to lose track of the land in the mist and you can't really concentrate too clearly.
Our Wi-Fi range.
Exactly, right? As your ships kind of head into the mist, and the last you see of the wind.
Weaver.
Windweaver.
We're on the dream wave.
Yeah.
Right, that's good. My notes are now accurate.
I just want to say that once it looks like Across is safely on the boat, I'm just going to say, hey, all right, it was a pleasure fighting alongside you, and if you see my mom, just say hi. And then I'm also going to say, and if I don't see you, Happy New Year, I guess, to Across.
It's sort of you hear her yell back saying, "I'll give your best to your mom," and he sure, Happy New Year, whatever, get going with you. He just yells across from the other side of the boat.
Okay. I'm like,
Good luck.
thanks.
Turn to Yrsa. When's New Year?
I don't know anymore. The days just blur together. It's a very strange year.
And there's a
Lost
what calendar question in this as well. This is for you guys in the Namandan Union, New Year is about 8 weeks away, 10 weeks away, give or take.
Okay, well,
Cool.
So sweet.
Give or take.
yeah, that's too early.
Sort of,
Yeah.
maybe a little late. But yeah, indeed. So you move off and drift off into the mist, and there's a moment, 2 moments. You hear the soft drum beat that the bosun is making, so that everybody's got a bit of tempo as they walk up and down the ship. Just knows what's going on. Not that there's oars out or anything, but it's just more so that everybody has they are able to know when they're going to pull on a rope. They're able to understand who's doing what with what pace, and you carry on.
Oh.
5 minutes pass.
We should go meet the captain.
10 minutes pass. The captain is really busy right now.
Okay.
So here, like you're getting a whole "thanks very much, do what's needful, please don't let anyone kill any of my sailors" kind of vibe from him right now, right?
Let's just keep an eye out.
And as a little bit more time passes, there's a slow relaxing of the tempo as you feel the mist begin to part, and you find yourselves heading out into the open sea.
Yay!
As you head into the Sagarma Sea, you look behind you and you can't see the village of South Marabanda Cliffside anymore. It's all just obscured in mist. But you do see a small light in a lighthouse.
Hmm.
And that's where we'll leave this week's episode. Thank you very much, everybody. Thanks for watching everyone on the stream. Thank you for our subscribers. Thank you for being our first. That's amazing. Thank you. That's wonderful.
Thank you so much.
And with us today, I'm Ramji. We have Jotan,
Hey.
Lisa Yeo, Sheena Chan, Edward Choy, and of course, our producer with the mostest, Cheryl. Yay! All right. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow to stream. We're going to aim to start around the same time, 12:30. We're going to do a couple of episodes tomorrow, so it's a longer stream. We're doing this all for Christmas. Between Christmas and the New Year. So hopefully we'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you very much, everyone. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Behold thine heroes as they observeth the troubled landsome stormy sea. They have no choice, it's national service or Marabanda Survey Team's a goblin captain, sea elven cleric, one small and green, one tall and blue, stoned halfling monk and bard who dedicates its campaign anthem to you.
We're a Singapore-based party who streams weekly D&D. The full culture is our name, but you can call us T4C. Asian influence on rule with less Eurocentricity. Now for some Asia-Pac gang chants featuring Audi and Randy.
One coffee, Sihir Tabak for me.
Sihir Tabak for me. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi, oi. 新 style 来乱来啦。新 style 来乱来啦。Dragon power.
I sound quite transatlantic, actually.